6 o'clock, hello and welcome to the 6 a.m. news here on 3FM 92.7. This news is coming to you live from our studios here at Adesawe Kanda and also come to you live in KSP 107.1 FM in Tamale. Coming up this morning, Government Tax and Minerals Commission to supervise the completion of Damang Mine takeover by indigenous mining firm engineers and planners after a merge top at the end of a competitive bidding process. Also, patrons of intercity coaches to pay more following a less than 24-hour ultimatum by the VIP Transport to government to reduce fuel prices or face a 25% price increment. And much later, ECG cautions customers in part of Accra as it undertakes major transformer replacement and upgrade. I am Enyuna Malika. Details of our headlines and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to a first story now where government has approved Engineers and Planners Limited as a successful bidder for the Damang mining lease. A report submitted to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources by the Minerals Commission's Tender Committee says the indigenous mining firm recorded the highest evaluated score among the four competing companies. According to the committee, engineers and planners met all mandatory requirements, showed proof of access to at least $500 million in financing, and demonstrated the technical and operational capacity to run the mine. Take a listen to the secretary for the committee, Joseph Kofi Iroko, explaining the rationale for the recommendation.
And then when you go to technical and enjoyment experience, you will see that disparity in the bank. EMP demonstrated clearly that they were up to, or they had the experience to be able to do the job as opposed to hit go for 18.4%. When it comes to methodology and work plan, we scored EMP 9 out of 10, hit go for 6.2 out of 10. On the qualification, EMP had 9.6, hit go for had 9.2.
And that was secretary for the Tender Committee for the Lands and Natural Resources, where the government has approved Engineers and Planners Limited as the successful bidder for the Damang mining lease. And the minister has since approved the recommendation and directed the Minerals Commission to begin the necessary regulatory steps to complete the process. Now, away from that, a new patriotic party has called on Ghanaians to hold President Mahama and his government accountable over the double standard against LGBTQ plus issues. A proponent of the bill, Reverend John Intim Fojo, says any attempt to deprioritize the matter marks of deception and insists there must be an apology from the government.
The NDC weaponized the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, using it as a political tool to deceive eminent clergy, our imams, our revered traditional leaders, and the good people of Ghana. The moment the NDC assumed power in 2025, the narrative began to change, faced with the realities of governance, including risk to the World Bank and IMF funding, as well as constitutional challenges. The NDC government moved from push the bill at all costs to manage how it is introduced and structured.
That was a proponent for the anti-LGBTQ plus bill, Reverend John Intim Fojo. Meanwhile, a co-sponsor of the anti-LGBT bill, Emmanuel Kwesi-Bedra, has criticized Reverend Intim Fojo for what he describes as politicization of the proposed bill. The Whole West lawmaker maintains the bill remains fairly on track, with assurances from the presidency that it will receive assent once Parliament gives the approval and the necessary constitutional review process. Now, away from that, patrons of intercity coaches may soon have to pay more following the issuance of less than 24-hour ultimatum by the VIP Transport government to reduce fuel prices or face a 25% price increment. Meanwhile, other transport unions have suspended the implementation of new fares, awaiting President Mahama's meeting with Cabinet on Thursday, April 9. The General Secretary for the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, Ohene Yeboah, told journalists that the union have agreed to hold off on implementing the new fares until Cabinet meeting, urging the government to consider scrapping some taxes on fuel, which they say contribute significantly to the current price buildup.
We'll tell the unions to hold their fire for a while and let's talk to them in this. Because we have always done this and we get a good results.
That was the General Secretary for the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, Ohene Yeboah. Now, residents across part of Accra are being advised to brace for temporary power interruptions as the Electricity Company of Ghana rolls out a major transformer upgrade aimed at stabilizing electricity supply in the capital. The 240 million cedi investment will see the replacement of aging transformers across 8 substations. 2 transformers across the substations in Adenta, La Teshinungwa, Nimajo, Bachuna, Lashibi will be upgraded from 20 to 30 MVA. Let's take a listen to the General Manager of the Sub-Transmission Accra, Francis Kojo Achiche.
We are doing this project just to increase capacity at the substation, to increase reliability, to improve efficiency in such that customers within the enclave will enjoy reliable supply, very good voltage, and so also in prepared to get new customers connected onto the substation.
And finally, the Office of the Special Prosecutor has conducted coordinated court-authorized search operated at 5 fuel dumps associated premises of bulk distribution companies. The raid forms part of the ongoing investigation into suspected petroleum sector fraud. The operation, carried out across multiple locations, targets an alleged scheme involving the under-declaration of petroleum import, falsification of products types during port depot, and tax evasion. According to a post on the OSP's official X page, preliminary findings suspect coalition between certain BDCs and officials within the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the National Security Secretariat. The scheme is also believed to have involved intermediaries facilitating illicit financial transfers. The entities under investigation, including Plantain Oil, Centio Oil, Aquaba Oil, Sahara Oil and Gas Limited, and Chase Petroleum. Now to some health stories for many Ghanaians, especially young people. HIV testing has become a preferred option because it offers privacy, convenience, and quick results. But health authorities are raising concerns about counterfeit HIV test kit reported on the Nigerian market, warning they could undermine Ghana's HIV control efforts if they find its way into the country.
The NDC weaponized the Human Sexual Rights and Family.
We expect people to take notes of those batch numbers. You know, we gave clearly the names, photographs, and everything, so that if they are going for such tests, it is their right to find out from the lab the type of diagnostic they are using. It doesn't matter the barriers we built, the efforts we put in. Consumers should be well educated. So if you have a well-educated consumer, even if the product slips through, that consumer will become the final barrier to alert us. We've communicated with healthcare professionals, institutions, and all places that they find, they return them to us.
That was Professor Kwabna Frimpong Manso Opuni. He's the Chief Executive Officer for the Food and Drugs Authority. That brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam. Your business news is right on.
us on social media. Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com. Follow us on social media. Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
Time for business news here on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. Coming up this morning, fuel-driven cost pressures trigger slide April inflation as Ghana maintains strong price stability outlook. Also, the Ghana Revenue Authority reports success with modified taxation scheme for the informal sector. Much later, Public Interest and Accountability Committee set to launch 2025 annual report on petroleum revenue management today. Details of our headlines and other stories, please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now, we'll go on to a first story where market research firm IC Research is projecting modest rise in inflation in April 2026. This, it says, is driven largely by rising fuel prices linked to the global energy market shocks, although the overall price stability remains firmly intact.
IC Research says domestic petrol prices have risen by 10.9%, while diesel has surged by over 32% since the start of the year. This has been attributed mainly to higher global energy prices triggered by ongoing geopolitical tensions, as well as a nearly 5% depreciation of the cedi. Despite these pressures, IC Research maintains that inflation remains well anchored. It is forecasting an annual inflation rate of 3.4% for April, with month-on-month inflation expected to rise to 1%. The firm notes that Ghana's current inflation rate of 3.2% is significantly below the Bank of Ghana's target range, providing a strong buffer against external shocks. It adds that although escalating energy prices could pose upside risks, the overall inflation outlook is expected to remain in single digits throughout 2026, supported by stable policy measures and the continued impact of lower VAT rates. Meanwhile, headline inflation has declined for the 15th consecutive month, with both food and non-food inflation recording marginal drops. IC Research believes this trend reinforces Ghana's return to price stability even as global uncertainties persist.
That was a 3 Business report on fuel-driven costs as to trigger the slide April inflation uptick as Ghana maintains strong price stability outlook. Now, away from that, the Ghana Revenue Authority has expressed strong satisfaction with the rollout of the modified taxation scheme, describing the initiative's progress as very positive for the country's informal sector. Speaking on the scheme's impact, technical advisor to the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Elsie Apaoklu, revealed that the system is successfully meeting its core objective. It brings flexibility and simplified tax solutions to resident individuals and small business owners in the informal sector.
Under the leadership of our able Commissioner General Anthony Kwesi Sapon, we have rolled out schemes to implement to see how to make doing business and paying tax very efficient, very simple, and very promising for our SMEs. And so far, it is going very well. Just by dialing *880#, you'll be able to register and then also pay your taxes. It is the little contributions that we make as individuals, residents, and businesses that helps our country to grow. We have simplified the system from your bedroom by dialing *880#. You can pay your taxes. You can download this app on your Play Store, your Apple Store, on your mobile phones, on your computer and pay. If you don't have an Android or an iPhone, you can also use the USSD code to do this. All of this is to ensure that everyone is given an opportunity to participate in the development of our nation.
Some other stories is Ghana is losing an estimated $2.5 billion every year by exporting its commodities in its raw state rather than processing them locally. The Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, reviewed the staggering figures during the 2026 Quill Business Forum.
The Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister cautioned that the country's continued reliance on the export of primary goods such as raw gold, cocoa, cashews, and timber is effectively exporting wealth and jobs to foreign nations. Ofosu-Adjare explained that the loss represents the value addition gap, the difference between the price of raw materials and the significantly higher price of finished or semi-finished products on the global market.
Ghana loses an estimated $2.5 billion annually in unrealized value from raw agricultural produce alone, an amount that represents not a lament, but a clear opportunity this government is determined to seize.
To combat this, government has announced the finalization of a framework designed to pivot the economy away from its colonial-era export model toward a value addition strategy.
Advancing the revitalization of our special economic zones, repositioning them as active industrial ecosystem oriented towards agro-processing and light manufacturing rather than passive export enclaves. We have finalized the National Agribusiness Policy, which has been submitted for cabinet consideration. It sets out a deliberate pathway to capturing the value that currently leaves Ghana in the form of unprocessed agricultural commodities.
The Trade Minister noted that while government is providing the regulatory framework and infrastructure, the private sector must lead the charge in establishing processing plants and refineries to turn Ghana's raw material bounty into made-in-Ghana finished products for the world.
That was a report on Ghana losing $2.5 billion annually over raw agricultural exports. Now, the Public Interest and Accountability Committee is scheduled to release its 2025 annual report in Accra on April 8, 2026. The statutory report provides a comprehensive audit of how Ghana managed its petroleum wealth over the past year, serving as a critical tool for transparency and public oversight.
The upcoming launch is expected to address several pressing issues in the energy sector, most notably the persistent decline in crude oil and gas production. Stakeholders are bracing for data that will detail the extent of this production slump and its subsequent impact on national revenue targets. The 2025 report will provide a granular breakdown of total volumes of oil and gas extracted and exact dollar amount generated for the state, how petroleum funds were distributed across the annual budget funding amount, ABFA, the Ghana Heritage Fund and the Ghana Stabilization Fund, an assessment of whether government adhered to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, highlighting both achievements and legal infractions. A central feature of PIAC's annual disclosure is the naming and shaming of entities or agencies that have failed to comply with the law. The 2025 report is anticipated to highlight specific instances where petroleum revenues may have been misapplied or where reporting requirements were bypassed. PIAC's findings often trigger parliamentary inquiries and public debate regarding the long-term sustainability of Ghana's oil industry.
It's now time to look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis, 1 pesewa. It gained 1 pesewa. The British pound is selling at 14 cedis, 59 pesewas. It gained 3 pesewas. The euro is selling at 12 cedis, 74 pesewas. It also gained 4 pesewas. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $107 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,702.43 per ounce, up by $52.58. Cocoa is trading at $3,028 per ton, down by $207.
That was an update from the Forex and commodities markets. I'll be off for business news here on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Maliga. Be safe.
Glad that you could stay with us. This is the 3FM Sunrise here on 3FM 92.7. We're coming to you live from our studios here on the John Hammond Street. Big thank you to Enyinam Hadigan for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. The show is continuing here for you this morning, and we're going to get straight into our word of motivation this morning. Obviously, it's been a very rainy morning, one that most certainly is guaranteeing quite a slow day in most parts of the capital. And like I've been saying, it's a kind of morning that slows everything down, right? The roads are heavier, the sky is quieter, and people will move a little more carefully, particularly driving on the road. And on mornings like this, it's easy to feel like the day has been delayed. But there's something about rain we often forget. Rain does its work best when nothing looks like it's happening. Seeds don't break open in sunlight. They open in the dark, under pressure, and the quiet work of water soaking into the ground. And while everything above the surface looks still, beneath it, something is changing. Roots are stretching, and life is forming. Growth is beginning, and that sometimes is how things pan out. Not every day is meant to be fast. Not every day is meant to be bright. And most certainly, not every day is meant to feel productive. Some days are meant to prepare you, to slow you down just enough to think, to reset, and to gather strength in ways you cannot always measure. Because constant sunshine does not grow anything for long. It is the rain, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, quiet rain that makes growth possible. And so today, as we sojourn into the day, let us reflect on this. If your life feels a bit slow right now, if things are not moving the way you expected, if today feels heavier than usual, it may not be a delay. It may be a season of quiet growth. So don't rush through it, don't resist it, and stand in it. Let it do its work. Because one day, when everything begins to bloom again, you'll realize it was the rain that made it possible. And that is our message of motivation for the morning. It will get us into the weather this morning as well. And as you already know, it's been raining quite a lot already. And so you should be finding your way to social media to catch a glimpse of exactly what it is that the Ghana Meteorological Agency has to share in terms of the weather, right? But this morning, outside of the rain, they say with reference to the weather update sent early on, means in the middle of the night somewhere, they were sending us updates. Thunderstorms with rain accompanied by moderate to strong winds will affect some places within the coastal, middle and transition sectors amidst the formation of misty or foggy conditions over parts of the forest and mountainous areas during the early hours of the morning. As the day unfolds, the sunny conditions alongside occasional cloudiness will prevail over southern Ghana. From afternoon into the night hours, rain-bearing clouds are expected to form and produce thunderstorms with rain of varying intensities over many places in southern Ghana. However, the north will experience mostly sunny conditions during the afternoon hours with slight haze persisting over the upper regions throughout the forecast period. And so that is what it's supposed to look like today in terms of the weather updates for us for the day, right? But go on to the social media platforms of the Ghana Meteorological Agency and you will most certainly get updates all throughout the day if you stay with them, right? If you stay with them all throughout the morning. Our Song of Inspiration is next on the agenda and we're getting into it right now, and it's kind courtesy Team Eternity Ghana.
Listen now, ladies and gentlemen,
in it. Team Eternity Ghana with Yes Sir. I just thought it would fire us up this morning when everything is almost wanting to seem a bit slow. Big development in the news circles from here in Ghana and across the globe as well. Yesterday, Aaron Ramsey retired, right? He's a footballer with Wales, from Wales. Now, his resignation or his decision to hang his boots coincided with quite some development in the news circles. There's a term for it. In football, there's a term for it. But from here in Ghana, all the way to Washington, D.C., to Tehran, and onto the global stock market and energy market, there's been huge shifts. We're going to get into all of that for you here between now till 10 a.m. And so perhaps we'll start from here, right? From here back home in Ghana. A number of the papers have it. Draman Mine goes to E&P after work done by the committee tasked to look into bids. 4 local companies. In the end, went to one company, Engineers and Planners. And the reaction's quite expected. A minority in parliament as well. Are you ready now? They say, look, this anti-LGBTQ bill, something should have been done about it by this current administration by now. Considering all the noise, some of it not noise though, some of it were legitimate questions on constitutionality and legislative processes, right? All of that embroiled in over one single bill. The comments before the election, what has happened to all of it? It's a question they're asking. And then when you step out of the jurisdiction, persons who study diplomacy, international law, have asked themselves serious questions over the course of this last 1 month. What is international law? Does it even exist? Legitimate questions, particularly when the 47, right? 47 poachers threatened to rain fire and brimstone on an entire civilization. The people of Iran expected fire and brimstone. They were occupying some of the sensitive positions which were to be targeted in what was positive or open defiance and what is deemed a protection of their civilization. The president of Iran posted on Facebook, said he himself will be on the ground. Heavy bombardment was expected, but in the last minute, a ceasefire was reached. 10 days. Announced by the U.S. president. And all of this was brokered via Pakistan, right? Pakistan. The result has been a decline, a 12% decline of the price of crude on the international market. So yesterday we're talking some $113 per barrel. Concerns that, look, this was going in the upward trajectory and all of that. Shortages hitting different parts of the world. Egypt, for instance, have had to curb its nightlife. Senegal not having enough fuel. Part of India, not India, the Indian Pacific, Asia and the like, some countries to be specific, having to reduce the number of working days and all. As part of the agreement, at least from the side of the US, the Strait of Hormuz is to be opened, right? Iran has a completely different perspective as to what this 10-day ceasefire as well means. But on the market side, it's been good. Crude prices have begun to fall. It will cause us to ask questions in the coming days. But first, this fall will have to be sustained. And questions can be asked. What happens to prices that have gone up? Will they see a resultant decrease as well? Are legitimate questions that will be asked. But we will not jump the gun. We will wait and see how long this later ceasefire will go as well. So if you're just joining us, 19 minutes to the top of the hour, this is the 3FM Sunrise. We're streaming live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. You can leave a message for us. And the many subject matters we'll be delving into. A panel will be seated a lot later this morning as well. Get into all of these discussions. Huge on the agenda, particularly locally, has dominated the news circles since late afternoons yesterday. It's all about Damai, and we will seek to get into it as well for you this morning. So a number of the papers here already as well. We'll get into it. I'll let you know what it says. It's a conversation we've been having here on the 3FM Sunrise, and it's made its way, or it's caught on with others, and it's on the front page of the Ghanaian Times. Big banner story. Rejection of 10, 20 Pessoa coins. Economist warns of price hikes. BOG insists all coins must be accepted. The thing is not just about saying all coins should be accepted. We've known it must be accepted, but nobody is. I don't even think I've seen the 5 Pessoa coin in God knows how long. So we mostly remember there's 1 Pessoa. I had completely forgotten there was a 5 Pessoa coin. What can you get with 5 pesos? What can you get with 5 pesos today? Can you get something with 10 pesos? What about 20? Can you get something with 20 pesos? 50? I'm not so quite sure. But yeah, maybe 50 to a stretch. Pure water, right? Pure water, 50 pesos. And so yes, that I know off the top of my head very easily. 20 pesos, 10 pesos, 5 pesos. And the Ogboro of them all, 1 Pessoa coin, a brown-like, reddish-like looking coin, eh? Some said it can stain your palm and all of that when it came fresh. By the it's on the front page of the Ghanaian Times this morning. That story is on page 12 of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. President Mahama as well is here on the front page where he's been calling for urgent action to tackle rising global health threats. And the NPP as well calling for swift passage of the anti-LGBTQ plus bill. I spoke to one of the proponents as well in terms of a reaction. The whole West MP, Emmanuel Kwesi Bedra, who's put his tenure in Parliament on the line, by the way, that it will be passed. He says that if he didn't have the assurance of the president, he will not be on the tangent that he is on. But on the government communication side, it's been different. The president said it's not of priority to the Ghanaian people. The Minister for Government Communications as well has suggested same. Will it be fair to say the narrative is different? The narrative has changed. While the proponents on the majority side say, look, this is of utmost importance. The president says he's going to assent to it. The tone and the posturing of government, the executive itself, has changed. Can we give our Lord freestyle in the building? Are you ready now? Come on. Freestyle. Give it to them. To all the Holy Ghost people. Still on the front page of the Ghanaian Times, and we're walking you through the newspaper headlines this morning as well. 4 arrested over suspected narcotic drugs at Ofinso. And so brood over these questions, right, on the anti-LGBTQ plus, and also find us on Facebook and answer these questions for us. 10 peswa, 5 peswa, 20 peswa coin, as well as the 1 peswa coin. What can you get with it? I'm tempted to say the answer is already known. I won't hurt if someone were to prove all of us wrong and say that, oh, we can get 1 or 2 things with this coin. Continuing for you, and good morning to you, Johnnie.
Charlie, how be? You know, yesterday I was so moved after I'd spoken about this coin thing not being accepted by.
Yeah.
And I see the Ghanaian Times has done the needful by putting it up there on the front page. But yesterday I put it on Facebook and X as well.
Oh, okay.
I had bankers, tagging along to say, Charlie, Bank of Ghana, if we do something.
I mean, I'll be interested in the comments from there. We'll read the story, but I just wanted us to finish.
I will share the comments with you in a bit. I'm trying to find it. Okay, so here's it. So I wrote and said, well, dear Bank of Ghana, are you aware that 1 Ghana peswa, 20 Ghana pesos, 10 pesos, 5 pesos, and 1 peso coins have been rejected? If you aren't aware now, you are. And if you are aware, what have you planned to do about it? Hashtag Johnny's Bites, and then I tagged 3FM. The first one, Sunu Desmond Larry Hover says, it's good you have brought this up. This was rejected live in front of me by a shop owner. And then Jonathan Sam, who's a banker as well, at ADB says, Bank of Ghana, please assist. Bolani Le Abena Zainab says, thank you for bringing this to their attention. It's so worrying. I actually made a video of this particular issue. Annette Annie says, this matter, Nanaya Osuma says, even now 5 cedis short for market. Agbosu Senior says, please, Johnny, go for this issue hard. And Ada Dinelson says, kindly let us know where and who is rejecting them. I use 20, 10 and 20 and 10% coins daily across markets. I'm yet to encounter a single rejection. They are much more durable and easy to use, especially in petty trading. Sarah Ante says it's serious, and the sooner something is done about it, the better. Bank of Ghana, the ball is now in your court, please. Dacha Justin says, how and where? We use them here in Upper West region, just that the 20 and 10 pesos are scarce these days.
So it means what? That suggests location.
Also, yes, but if you read the totality of the comments, it tells you that people clearly are feeling the brunt of that rejection. Michael Edem, she says, please tag them until you achieve results, just as you did in Mr. Legibam's case. Anthony Mawa, Tichu Top. Okay, Anthony Tichu Top Mawa says the supermarkets price things like 9.9 cedis 99 pesos, but don't give you the 1 peso change either. Extra profit. Manuel says that's very true, and they do it with all temerity. Musa Mohammed says, Bank of Ghana, this is very true. Even in some banks, they reject the 20 pesos. Wow. Now I have them, but I can't spend them. Betty Kafui Victor says they should come to Joapon Market. Benjamin Sizzla Tipo says, I thought the Bank of Ghana itself withdrew the 1 Ghana peso from circulation, or he's asking me, I don't know about that. Kofi Uso says, I am biting here. Ibrahim Baba says, he's well, I don't know about that. Well, Emmanuel Chebi says, could this be happening only in Accra? I don't know. Ketu South is number 1. That's Bridget Akpabli. And in Ghana, Bank of Ghana makes the rules. The market women dictate their own, according to Gabi. Emperor Perfect Aite says, inflation calling. Bank of Ghana, please pick up. Adakrugu Premier says, thank you for always speaking for the voiceless. And I could go on and on and on. Lots and lots of those comments out there. I also put the same thing on X, by the way. And I have quite a number of comments on X as well. Same post. It says, so this individual, Roman Father, says, why are you posting a question to Bank of Ghana? Meanwhile, you could literally use your influence and platform to push the education to traders on such effects. Let's not raise Ghanaians who could only ask questions, but Ghanaians who could take up initiative to act lawfully. The Bank of Ghana is supposed to take up the initiative. We are supposed to tell them that this is happening around the
we're having the conversation.
Yes. It's the Bank of Ghana's job. So to do, we're reminding them. If they are not aware now, they are aware. If they are aware, what do they plan to do about it? Those are only 2 simple questions, but he's certainly not happy about it. Perhaps one of those who would sit in the trotro, see the driver speeding and say, oh, you could have spoken to the driver in a private tone. Drew says the only way to solve this is price control. Like, why are people selling Tom for 50 pesos? That's his pet peeve.
Yeah, he doesn't understand why Tom.
Why the one Tom is 50 pesos? It could have been 30 pesos anyway. Tomepe says, and if you are aware, what have you planned to do about it? My plan is to ask you to first of all tell us why they are being rejected. It's good to inform, but we need better details. Well, the sellers are rejecting it. They haven't told us why they are rejecting it, and we don't know. And then Joe Vinco says, this was my 20 pesos opinion a couple of days ago. Well, lots and lots of comments there. But Samuel Bochu says, man, true. And I don't know why the Bank of Ghana is mute about this issue. I once reported a trotro made to a police officer before he took the coins from me. Oh, Edusa.
Will that be what becomes necessary?
Well, but how many police officers do you see on the road?
These days, visibility is
it is there. Thanks to IGP Mohammed Al-Hassan, who brought the visibility thing. IGP Yono is continuing with it. But must you at every stop? Look, this is a legal tender, Mawuena. Why must we struggle to use it in our own country? We are not using it in Lomé. We are not using it in Dahomey. We are not using it in what do you call it, Ouagadougou. We're using it in Accra, Ghana, Kumasi, Ghana, Tamale, Ghana, Takrady, Ghana, Seshi, Ghana, Ho, Ghana, Bekwai, Ghana. Why should we struggle?
But one thing I glean, I think there was one comment from Facebook.
In fact, look at this one. Sere says, even yesterday, I bought granules using 520 pesos coins and it was rejected. That's what's happening in Ghana now. So he bought granules worth 1 cedi. He paid with 520 peso coins and they were rejected. They were rejected.
So there was a comment which says that up north it suggests that it may not particularly be a challenge and it is being accepted.
Well, so here's
there
somebody.
Was a comment like that on
Upper
Facebook.
West.
Yeah.
Now, Jared John says when you come to Cape Coast, and Cape Coast is not a crap, it is a big issue here. Bank of Ghana should do something about it. So it tells you that, and then Ifo Mood comes, it says in the US, they still spend a penny, similar to our 1 peso coin. But in Ghana, we don't spend it anymore, together with a 5 peso. Now, people are rejecting the 10 peso. Charlie, we are on and doing all. And I agree with him. We're just talking about it yesterday, yeah?
So the Ghanaian Times has very interesting experiences from people, from their sports editor, Andrew, noticing a fight between, or a disagreement between a taxi driver and a passenger over the coins. Someone buying Kusiani Meku, right? The night editor shared their own frustration. They bought boiled egg, 3 cedi 50 pesos,
right,
at New Plant Station using coins, including 20 peso and 1 10 peso coin. The woman refused to take the money. But he had already started eating there.
So what you go do?
So she angrily took the money. Because the thing is
the thing is gone. So Atamfo Nyanyami on excess. I am aware. I used 220 pesos and 110 pesos to buy pure water in traffic, and it was rejected. That's about a year ago. Jim Liv says, you think everything is a problem and government should solve it.
Government.
And then somebody comes back. Before the redenomination, 20 pesos was 2,000 cedis.
Yeah.
That was it
2007.
Yeah. That's not the green note. The green note is 10,000. That's 10 pesos. The 20 that had Ephraim Amu on it.
Yeah, I think I recall how it looks like.
A bit brownish of a sort.
Then there was the 50 pesos, which was 5,000.
Yes, the green one.
Yeah.
Then Vintage says a whole 2,000 being rejected.
It used to be a big deal then, eh?
Oh, come on. Somebody says, well, Yao Fraser says you hardly see the 1 peso unless at the malls.
I haven't seen the 5 peso coin in a very long time.
Well, when you go to places like China Mall, etc., the
5 peso coin.
No, you will be giving if it's
5 peso
you'll be giving.
In a while.
Sky Afari says this is part of the reason why increments are high in terms of their margins. It's disturbing. Rose says park all your coins and go deposit into your bank account. That's the only solution right now. Kofi Supremo says the issue is they have to move from their office to enforce this. It looks like we are living in a lawless country. People are doing their own thing as if there are no laws. Yes, so Bank of Ghana is not enough to declare that all coins are supposed to be moved from the office. The same way you collaborated with the finance ministry and the police to go and arrest Abochi, who was Abochi had this own
with the dollar.
The Abochi with the dollar. You arrested some of them. You published it. Blah blah blah. Get out of those air-conditioned offices and go and deal with the issue. Get out.
Right. Let's finish.
Get up from that place.
Yeah.
Get up. Your salary is huge, it's juicy. We don't know when anybody retires from the Bank of Ghana. No. Have you ever seen vacancy being advertised at the Bank of Ghana? But people get replaced.
That's part of the folklore in relation to operation.
It's not folklore. It's not folklore. It's reality.
I'm saying something. I say folklore because you grow up hearing about it and people tell you what to say. Yeah, advertising a Juma.
No, you cannot hear it. But every year people retire from the Bank of Ghana.
So BOG, SNIT.
SNIT there, once a while you hear. Once a while. you hear about
you rarely really ever hear.
Once upon a time, you would hear about Bank of Ghana there, like the way Graphic or Media General or any other
advertise they are looking for.
That we are looking for
competent
that must be spirited. No, you won't find it. Please, forget about Bank of Ghana. How? What are you talking about? If the mother works there, the daughter will work there, the son will work there. Bank of Ghana. I believe they're rough.
Yeah.
Get out of those offices and go and work. You can be angry with me, I don't care.
There's an entire department in relation to this. And the name has just escaped me because we've done this story before. We've had these conversations before. And the narrative has always been, they are legal tender. They've not been phased out. We are supposed to be accepting them and all of that. And that's where it ends. It ends with the story that we tell because I know we've told that story on TV a number of times. And we even have been having this conversation.
Bank of Ghana, we beg you.
So,
your ladder is on the wrong wall. Move it. Put it on the right wall. Climb and come and fix the problem. Don't sit in the office and declare that it's illegal. No. Get out. Enforce it. I'm saying that if you were able, we all know that Abochi is not supposed to be, running a forex bureau from a small bag slung around his neck.
When you are passing, they'll be doing.
Lomo. We know that Abochi is not supposed to be doing that. And you moved out with the police and national security to go and pick up Abochi. 71 of them, I remember the last time they did, was 79 or 71, but it was past 70, around the Tudu area. They went to pick them up. If you can go on such, a drive and a campaign to go and arrest Abochi to tell us that the Abochi is the reason the dollar is falling, blah, blah, blah. Get out of those air-conditioned offices. Losing those ties, roll up your sleeves, get in the mud, and get people to accept our 10 pesos, our 20 pesos, our 5 pesos, and our 1 peso coin. We are tired.
And in addition, they are supposed to help manage and deal with inflation.
Yeah.
This speaks to the core.
It will shoot up inflation.
Core, actually.
Look, the last time I did the calculation when I left here, an uncle of mine called me and said, but you are talking about 3 pesos in 3 pesos house. It's not 3 pesos. So make it 1 cedi or make it 50 pesos. So 50 pesos in 50 pesos out, that's 1 cedi. And every day, because we can't find the 20 pesos, the 10 pesos, 5 pesos, or 1 peso coin, or because it's been rejected, somebody has to lose 1 cedi to and fro, right? To work and from work, just because a certain driver's mate says no, a certain pure water seller says no, a certain Agbelekaklo seller says no, a certain Nkatikik seller says no. Yes. And calculate 1 cedi off your salary or your minimum wage or income for 20 days and tell me how much you are losing. And tell me that throughout the year, if you have been working at the same place for maybe 5 years, how much you would have earned. We actually don't value the small figures. That's what we do here.
But little drops, they say, makes a mighty.
We throw figures around. Just like now, we just price everything in dollar. We just are throwing everything around and about. Charlie.
Let me finish the graphic that I have. The daily graphic, big banner story, One Health Agenda. Mahama rallies action against health threats, initiates moves at Lyon summit. A story by Kester Abraham Crunchy is a picture of the president with French President Emmanuel Macron as well on the front page of the daily graphic. Oncology nurse launches initiative to improve cancer treatment and supervisorship. Engineers and planners wins Damang mining lease. Comes with a picture of Ibrahim Muhammad, the CEO of Engineers and Planners. Oil Palm Fund will create coherent ecosystem, boost supply. DBG CEO Professor Randolph Nso Ambala, CEO of the Development Bank Ghana. On the back page, ECG begins 240 million cedis transformer upgrading. National Road Safety Authority cautions drivers to adhere to speed limits.
So I'm just looking at the transport fares. There's a ceasefire, 10-day ceasefire, right?
Yeah, there's a 10-day ceasefire.
Yesterday, VIP announced the transport fares have gone up. So now that there's ceasefire and the crude prices are dropping, what will they do?
I mean, I'll be very honest, and the reaction has not been very great from the consumer perspective.
Right.
And the argument I've seen a number of individuals make is very sound. That they've maintained prices all throughout when petrol prices dropped significantly. They enjoyed the windfalls.
That's right.
And they didn't pass on the benefits.
I think we were buying what, 9 cedis, 99 pesos?
Yes.
Less than 10,
yes.
10
and
cedis
diesel
per liter.
dropped to around 11.
Yeah.
They didn't pass on the benefits to their consumers. But at the slightest upward adjustment, they have quickly, by 25%, increased transport fares. The free market is one of the individuals whose thoughts I read on social media said the free market sometimes does not inure to the benefits of the consumer. We are hoping there could be conversations in and around it, but it doesn't look like they are open for a conversation at all, and they've with immediate effect ruled out these price adjustments. That's why I said we will ask questions, but let the trajectory continue for a while and let's see. This one I've already checked. We're down to $94 per barrel, down from the $113 we were experiencing yesterday, or which was a price yesterday. Should it go down even further and prices at the pumps reduce, perhaps not to the levels we saw early parts of January and all of that, but it will reduce further, will that mean they will scrap this upward adjustment in terms of price? The pure water manufacturers and all of that, polymers and all of that, will that also mean, well, for them, they are supposed to meet the transport the trades minister today, right? It's the GPRTU national, the related driver
concerned drivers,
they are meeting the transport minister today, as well as the trade minister meeting the pure water manufacturers. It was supposed to be yesterday. We didn't get word on what the update was from that meeting. What will all of that mean? Will we see a resultant decrease? That's the concern of Ghanaians. By all means, increase if the prices have gone up.
The last time the transport owners increased their fares was when we're buying a liter of petrol for about 23 cedis, 17, and then diesel for about 23 cedis, a liter. And then it dropped all the way to less than 10 cedis. In fact, at some point, Star Oil and Goil were doing to Mantu. You jump from this place and you go further down, I go lower. You go lower, I go lower. Now, as you rightly stated, entities like VVIP did not reduce their transport fares. But we have a little problem from, the Strait of Hormuz, US, Israel, Iran conversation. And suddenly we have announced that the prices have gone up. And so you are very right. What if cabinet meets tomorrow and says that, look, based on ABCD that we have seen and per the ceasefire that we have decided to take 1, 2, 3, 4 off it. Will VVIP come and announce? Will STC come and announce? I know STC has not increased its fares.
It's VIP
that has done. STC hasn't done that. 2M Express has not done that. OA, I don't know if they have, but I have not had any communication to that effect. Now, some are suggesting that this could be engineered from the point of the opposition. At least that's what I know Prince Derek Eji has been, pushing out there, that there's some form of a stampede that has been pushed out there. I don't know about it, but I'm saying that let's be fair to the people as well. Let's be very, very fair to the people as well. There's a ceasefire that's been called. I'm happy that Donald Trump is they're getting some sense into his head now, because this war is needless, if you ask me. So needless, if you ask me. And now he's behaving like a crybaby. He wants to stop the fight, but he wants people to come and beg him first of all to stop the fight. But he doesn't realize that he has literally embarrassed himself and the people that he's leading. If you read tweets from diehard Americans, most of them say, Charlie, this thing, it was not necessary. It was not necessary.
There were cries.
It was not necessary.
On social media, and I saw a video of a young lady who was crying about palm prices and the cost of living, which had gone up sporadically as a result of escalation in prices from the war. And back home, the pressure will be felt. And when we come here, we talk. It's not like we're just saying it for fun or anybody's.
We interact with people who tell us these things. They can't be here. That's why we are here.
The price hikes is across the globe as a result of this war.
Yeah, and what
nobody planned for it.
And Mawuena, what is the basis for the war? What is the basis for the war?
That's what that can be debated.
There is no sense in this war, and Donald Trump has to be told straight in his face. There's no sense in the war. He's making everybody's life difficult, and everybody is watching him. He's misbehaving. He's misbehaving. He's lucky I'm on radio. The guy in me would have come out,
Please,
but I will let it slide.
So just checking the crude prices again. So we're down 13%. Brent down 13% since the announcement of the ceasefire.
The 10-day ceasefire.
10-day ceasefire. We're now at $94 per barrel, down from 113, 114 in some regions as at yesterday.
You are fighting me, and you are going to use my veranda to come and rear your monkey. And I said, I won't give you my veranda to rear your monkey. And you say, oh, if I don't do that, then you are going to break my house down, blah, 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 blah. Are you normal?
Gold is up as a result, 4,000.
So whatever Sami Jemfi is saving now is going to appreciate.
$800 per ounce on that front as well. And so, when the oil prices were rising, gold was...
It dipped.
It dipped slightly.
We saw a similar thing in the Russia-Ukraine, when this same United States and Russia, they said, oh, we have banned their stuff, blah, 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 and Putin. I mean, come on. Well, Ms. Makabobi of the NDC, Ayawaso West, Wogon. That's John Dumelo's chairman. Conspiracy chairman. He says, Johnny, the problem came from J.A. Kufuor for knocking 4 zeros off our currency when the redenomination was done in 2007, yeah? They said the value is the same. That's what we're told. Is the value the same?
It was supposed
because
to be.
Because the 5 peso note is supposed to be 5,000. The green note, you remember?
I recall when the changeover happened. When the currency was rolled out, we were using the old note.
The 10 peso note is supposed to be 1,000 cedis. You remember that white note, 1,000 cedis, beautiful note. 20 pesos is supposed to be what? The 20,000.
So we were using it, and I recall. I recall we were the when you picked the bus and it was 1,000 or whatever it is, you could still give the 10 peso and then they will accept it and all of that. Today you can't sit in any bus and give.
You remember we had a coin, a bronze coin.
The 1 peso.
A very thick, thick bronze coin. It was 5 cedis right at the time. Yeah, a thick bronze coin.
Yeah,
very thick. It was
faded, very
thick. It was like a good proper coin.
Yeah.
It was just taking off the market. Well, the Daily Guide this morning says Sampa dispute, Samodia dragged to court for contempt. Alhaji Fazouk completes 3-story block for Ambareya Islamic School. Oh, thank you, Alhaji. Thank you. I love people who support education and health and all those social interventions. MPP slams Mahama over LGBTQIA+ of GPRT of TUCU 10. That's Reverend Johnnie for yesterday he addressed the press. Why are you laughing?
It's the GPRT, right?
No, but all alphabets are allowed. LGBTQIA+ of GPRTU of TUC. Yeah. Damang mine goes to engineers and planners. Richard Nyamakwe's ex-wife hires new lawyers to fight divorce judgment. Hey, sir. Gomoa Easter Carnival delivers culture, music, economic boom. And congratulations to Kwame Asari-Obeng, Kwame A+. It
was quite an event.
He did the most. 1 year busy. Kwame A+. Congratulations to him and the team. It was amazing. News Center newspaper. anti-fraud center to track and stop digital fraud instantly. And the banner headline says, Daman Mine goes to engineers and planners. Comes with a photo of Dr. Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Years of on-site experience, equipment ownership give EMP decisive edge. So Daman Mine officially is gone to EMP. Sometime later in April, when the contract expires, EMP, wholly Ghanaian owned, will be in charge. Toilets locked at Ebri Girls SHS, risking students' health. Oh, Aurora, this one is not good. Ebri Girls, Bebosunhai, toilet has been locked up. How? Get fund to sanction shoddy work contractors, according to Eche. Paul Eche is administrator of Get Fund, and tough trade-offs drive monetary policy decisions, Dr. Siama. You see, when I read this Get Fund story, I almost got pissed off and angry. Not so long ago, a Get Fund project collapsed at Kokomlemle. Get Fund administrator says they will sanction shoddy work contractors.
We always
find a way to talk.
Always reaction.
We always find a way to talk. He's not been there. He's been there for more than a year. When he came, did he take time to even do an audit, conduct an audit of the buildings that have been abandoned over a period?
Otherwise, that would have been.
He should not be speaking English. That's why I say the president should be sacking people. People have lost their lives. People have been maimed and injured for life. People are now going to start all over again. He's wearing suit and shirt and saying that they will sanction. They are going to sanction. Not that they are sanctioning. They are going to sanction shoddy work contractors. Is it a matter of shoddy work? The building was abandoned since 2012.
It's a long time ago. Where we calculate it was 14 years ago. And an audit for many would have been a simple thing
to do.
Right? But even that, the 3 people who died could not get that audit done. And right. Let's
leave it there.
Yeah. Big on the agenda this morning is the engineers and planners. I want to take us to page 13. We have.
In fact, before you get to page 13, Mawuena, sorry, I'm interested in this Ebri Girls thing, and on P3 as well. I find on the same interesting level. Darko, good morning to you. On P3, Ibrahim Ahmad to gift Ghanaian medical air ambulance.
His
first Jata plane is being sent out to be retrofitted for medical purposes for emergencies. But toilets locked at Ebri Girls SHS, risking student health. Forgive me if you're having breakfast. A deepening sanitation crisis at Ebri Girls Senior High School has sparked outrage among parents and raised serious public health and gender concerns as reports emerged that authorities have locked up toilet facilities due to persistent water shortages. The situation described by sources close to the school as dire and worsening is said to stem from erratic water supply, leaving the institution without running water for days at a time. In response, management is reported to have taken the drastic step of shutting access to toilets, effectively leaving hundreds of adolescent girls without basic sanitation. What a wow. Parents who spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of victimization of their wards painted a disturbing picture of life inside the school under these conditions. According to them, students have been forced to adopt extreme coping mechanisms, wrap and throw, including fasting for prolonged periods, simply to avoid the need to use the washroom. The implications of such situation are far-reaching, particularly for girls whose health, dignity, and academic performance are disproportionately affected by lack of access to safe sanitation facilities. Health experts warn that deliberately avoiding food and water intake over several days can trigger a range of medical complications. Reports from parents indicate that students are already experiencing stomach-related illnesses such as constipation and ulcers. The prolonged retention of urine and waste, they caution, could also lead to more severe complications, including urinary tract infections and potential kidney damage. When the school went on Easter break, some of the students got home only to be rushed to hospital for a range of medical complications. Wow. Some of the students ended up at the hospital during this Easter break after reporting to school for 2 weeks. Beyond the immediate health risk, the situation raises serious concerns about menstrual hygiene management. For adolescent girls, access to clean and functional toilet facilities is not just a matter of convenience, but a fundamental necessity. Without it, many are unable to manage their menstrual cycle safely and with dignity, increasing the risk of infections and absenteeism. Education advocates note that poor sanitation infrastructure remains one of the leading causes of the school absenteeism among girls across parts of the sub-Saharan Africa. So what does it take, Mawuena, to get a borehole for a school like Ebri Girls so they can have water pumped to them, so they can... You're locking up toilets for girls?
Max, I think 100,000 cities can get like 2 boreholes. Then you get mechanization and all of that. Drilling the holes in itself doesn't cost much. It's the machine and the other facilities to connect and all of that. And I mean, of their alumni and SHS is even alumni.
Yes, alumni.
Yeah,
yes, alumni.
Alumni. When they come together, they can make that happen. Benevolent groupings as well, because this is, I mean, for young girls, respectfully, it shouldn't be their first point of call in a social setting of such a nature. And you mentioning some of the diseases that could fast be on the rise for them: constipation, ulcers, urinary tract infections, and what have you. I am hoping by the paper carrying it and we highlighting it as well here on the show, it should catch attention. Do we know any former students who perhaps we should give a huge shout out to this moment?
Oh, as for Ebri Girls, they have a lot of... I know that there's a lady who worked at... Yes. No, she went to Wesley Girls.
Wesley Girls.
Yeah. I know that there's a lady who works at ADB, Aurora Commodore Topper, and she's been very instrumental. She's putting together basketball court for them. Yeah, and she's done it. That's her legacy, saved for over 10 years to do that, and she's doing very well. That's an individual rallying everybody around to do it. I'm sure that there are many Ebri Girls, old students who can do it. But you see, we must not make this about the old girls of Ebri Girls or the old boys of Accra Academy of Presec or the old students of Odkas. We must make it a national matter that the students are in the school, because we said as a country that we could take care of them. If they go to school and they have washrooms that are available, and I tell you, I kid you not, old school alumni are doing a lot. Right now, you get to a point where a basic necessity of life, washrooms, toilets, urinary, is locked up because water isn't flowing. That's not good. What is the alternative that the state is providing?
Why is water not flowing to start off with? Is a question.
Well, I don't know why, but clearly we are being told.
Because that's why we were even talking about boreholes and all that. Why isn't water flowing to start off with? You understand? Yes, the schools will use huge volumes of water.
So there's a paragraph here that this incident has reignited broader discussions about water security in Ghana's educational institutions. Health experts point out that many schools, particularly boarding institutions, continue to rely heavily on inconsistent municipal water supply without adequate backup systems such as boreholes or water storage facilities. For Ebri Girls SHS, a school with a long-standing reputation for academic excellence, the unfolding crisis threatens not only the health and well-being of its students, but also its standing as a safe and conducive environment for learning. I agree, 100%. We don't know why the water is not flowing, but clearly it's all good. And I'm not sure Ebri Girls is the only one that's going through this turmoil of a situation. It's not good.
No, it's
not good.
It's cut across.
Look, girls want to they need to swap their parts because they are adolescent. Clearly, they are of menstruating age. They need to swap their parts. Once you swap your part, my grandmother will always tell my sisters and my cousins, go and bath yajue. You know, as soon
it's
as
very
you
important.
go and so you don't become sticky, blah blah. You go and take a bath. Now, this person has swapped the part and cannot have where to go and freshen up.
There's no water.
It's not cool. And it even takes me to the construction of new school buildings. We construct school buildings, and sometimes there are no washrooms. Say, 6 classroom block. It's just 6 classrooms there. Bam. We leave it there.
No washroom.
No
the washroom will have to be an afterthought and a conversation
but
which
why?
has to be handed over
when
to
we
somebody
know that
else.
girls come to school or are supposed to be in school even when they are menstruating, those who can't. And because some have very painful cramps, etc., they explain. But if I am a girl and a girl child and I'm trying to access education and I go to school and I don't have a place to swap my pad and it's inconveniencing for me, for the 4 or 5 days that I have my menses, 3, 5, 7 days, however long it takes, I will be at home. That means I'll be losing out on the lessons that are being taught in school. But at the end of the period, I'll sit for the same BEC or WASI that everybody else who remained in school will be sitting for. You get the point. And we say we are interested in girl child education. This is not how to run girl child education. No. There's somebody at GES this morning who would dress, eat breakfast, and go to work, and he is the supervisor for all the schools. Somebody who in the Eastern region who will go to work and is the supervisor for the schools in the Eastern region will talk about gender, madam, and blah blah blah. And you cannot have this. Washroom closed because you can't find water. Are you serious? Have they ever heard of SOS?
I beg you.
Progress.
I beg you. I'm going to take us to the Land and Natural Resources Ministry, where we're listening briefly to the recommendations of that. A number of papers have the story, and we have details as well of what was the press statement issued subsequently by the Lands and Natural Resources Minister on the subject matter as well. But I'm going to take us there right now for details from that news conference which announced EMP as the sole survivor in going forward and for the Minerals Commission to now then conclude on processes for them as to how things should proceed. And let's take a listen to what the findings of the committee was in relation to the diamond mines.
So the commission, it has been submitted to the acting CEO of the Minerals Commission. Now we are at the stage of Regulation 263 of LI 2176, where there will be a transmission of the report to the minister. On receipt of the report of the tender committee, the commission shall recommend to the minister to grant the mineral rights to the successful tenderer. At this stage, I am transitioning from chairman of the tender committee to the representative of the CEO of the Minerals Commission with the full powers he has vested in me. I am handing over the report based on Regulation 263 of LI 2176 to the ministry. So that is where we are now.
The deadline passed and the tender was opened. 4 entities were shortlisted by the Minerals Commission based on certain clear mandatory requirements that were supposed to have been met by all these entities. We'll then proceed to the next stage. On the screen, you will see that the mandatory requirement that was set in the notice is that the company must be a wholly owned Ghanaian entity, and that is defined in Section 111 of the Minerals and Mining Act. So beyond that, the company must have valid tax clearance certificate, valid need clearance certificates, valid VAT clearance certificates, and of course, you must also demonstrate your certificate of incorporation and also pay the non-refundable fee of 100,000 Ghana cedis as the application fee. Now, as I mentioned, these were the mandatory stage of the process. If you fail to meet any of these conditions, you'll be automatically be disqualified from moving to the next stage. So as I mentioned, 4 entities submitted tenders. So these were EMP, Heat Goldfields, Vortex Resource Mining Group, and Maripoma Mining Services Limited. When we did this first verification, we realized that Maripoma and Vortex could not qualify because they never submitted evidence of any of these preconditions. So they were disqualified at this stage, leaving EMP and Heat Goldfield for the next stage, the technical proposal stage. Now, on the screen is the evaluation criteria for the technical proposal stage. You will see that under relevant experience, 10 marks will be awarded for the applicant information and a whopping 40 marks for the technical and general experience. This is really the meat as far as the matter is concerned, because we need to show that the person who wants to take over has that experience and the wherewithal to be able to sustain the operations. So 40 maximum points are awarded for that. Of course, you need to also show methodology and work plan, and that is 10 marks. Then qualification and experience of key staff, very, very important, 10 marks. Then of course, you must also demonstrate that you have the facilities, the equipment, materials, and consumables to be able to do the operation. We also have compliance with safety, health, and environmental standards. And more importantly, local content. You must demonstrate this at the technical evaluation stage. Altogether, they will amount to 100 maximum points. Next slide. So as I've mentioned, on the screen are the requirements that were supposed to be met at the mandatory stage. And we showed those entities that met it. So EMP and Heat Goldfield, they met all the requirements, so they were responsive, as I mentioned earlier on, for the next stage. So on the screen again is the scores that were awarded after the committee had done their evaluation on the technical proposal. For the applicant information, EMP scored 10, Heat Goldfields 8.2. And then when you go to technical and general experience, you will see that disparity in the bank. EMP demonstrated clearly that they were up to, or they had the experience to be able to do the job, as opposed to Heat Goldfields 18.4%. When it comes to methodology and work plan, we scored EMP 9 out of 10, Heat Goldfields 6.2 out of 10. On the qualification, EMP had 9.6, Heat Goldfields had 9.2. You will see that it was a close mark in the sense that these are all entities in the mining sector, so they all have the same or have similar qualified professionals. So that's why the score is a bit close. Now, when you go to facilities, clearly EMP led in terms of the marks 9.8 as against Heat Goldfields is 5.8. Now, compliance with health, safety, and environment, EMP got 9.2, Heat Goldfields got 6.2. Now, local content, you will see that, interestingly here, Heat Goldfields had 0.2, 0.2, 0.4 out of to be able to lead Heat Goldfields, to be able to lead EMP, which has 9.2. The reason is very clear. Right now, Heat Goldfields is a mining company, they are mining. So they are required part of local content, or the obligation to have very local content strategies in place, which they are doing. Of course, the new person coming to take over Dama will not begin to do that when they take over, and because they'll become properly a mining company and be required to basically provide those local content issues. But on the whole, the marks show that EMP clearly demonstrated or got the biggest score when it came to the technical proposals stage. Now, financial provisions. Before you can move to the next, which is the financial proposals, you must have scored a minimum of 80%. But based on the scoring, Heat Goldfields could not get the minimum 80%. So on that score, based on the notice, you cannot be taken to the next stage for financial proposal. We left EMP as only contender for that. And the requirement was that you must show evidence that you have access to funding in excess of 500 million USD. EMP demonstrated that by documentation that showed that at least Stanbic and ABSA have committed to funding the operations to the tune of 505 million USD. So when you combine the financial proposal and the technical proposal, the score that EMP got is 93 points, almost 93 points. What the amount of this? 1.15. So that was a high score when you combine both the financial and then the technical proposal.
After weighting them down.
Yeah, after weighting them down, that's how the score that they got. Yeah. So based on the requirements, the guidelines published, EMP met all the requirements, they satisfied the mandatory requirements, they met, able to demonstrate that they had the technical and financial capability to be able to run the operations of the mine when it is given to them. On this score, the committee recommended that they be awarded the mining lease. That's in short what the committee did. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that's from the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry. Trying to get the individual who spoke, Joseph Iroko. He is the acting executive. He's with the Minerals Commission. He was part of the committee of individuals who undertook this particular work in relation to the granting of the lease. And we have the details which he was running through as well. We can project that. If you're on Facebook and you're on YouTube as well, you can see for yourself a copy of what it is that we'll be sharing. But before we even get into that, perhaps there are a few messages based on some of the things we've been discussing this morning already, which I want to share. This one is from Kojo Fiagbe. It says, Mawuena, if the school management with 4 head teachers fail to manage the sanitation situation in a school like a Blue Girls, then Ghana is in big trouble. He says, he comes back to talk about the basis of the war as a failure of the part of America to a certain extent.
America no force. We have to tell them straight. People are looking for visas, so they can't speak up.
Atoke Skyman Airbender Lamarck says, imagine if not American and other country. He says. Neron Di Buanegre says, when prices at the pumps were reduced and we asked for a reduction in fair prices, they told us fuel prices are not the only determinant for fair prices. Yet when the price increased a bit, they are here asking for a fair price increase. Once again, where is the Consumer Protection Agency? This Kalabuli mindset needs to be addressed, he says. Kojo Fiagbe again says, Ghanaian businesses are always consumed by 2 things, greed and politics. That's why I've never been a supporter of preventing foreigners in the retail market. There are some others who shared messages earlier. I think we may have lost that on the stream. You can resend those messages and we'll read them out for you, because this show is very, very interactive. But we're going on to the head-to-head. And so there were 4 companies to start off with.
Yeah, there were. Indeed, head-to-head technical scorecard. They borrowed my scorecard without giving me royalties, but it's fine. It's for the national interest. So I'll always ask, what's your scorecard?
Yes. So there were 4 companies initially. Yeah. Heath Goldfields Limited, Mariposa Mining Services Limited, Vortex Resources Mining Group, and then ENP. Vortex and Mariposa did not cross over into the second round, where they were scoring based on competencies, experiences, what it is that you've done, safety concerns, investments, which is available. They didn't cross over.
Mariposa, just for the records, is contractor on the Pokwase. This one working so hard. I mean, many of those road contracts. So in terms of that track record, they have it. But within the mining space, no.
We don't know about that, right?
The committee says no, they don't have it. Now, according to the report, a total of 4 tenders were received from by 4 p.m. Deadline on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, which also served as the announced tender opening day. All tenders were considered based on the guidelines issued by the minister in accordance with Regulation 2584 of LI 2176. The 4 companies are Vortex, Resources Mining Group, Engineers and Planners Limited, Heath Goldfields Limited, and Maripooma Mining Services Limited. Okay, so they are also into mining. Now, companies interested in their pass rate. Engineers and Planners is first, Heath Goldfields is second, Maripooma Mining Services is third, and Vortex Resources Mining Group is fourth. Now, wholly owned Ghanaian company, the proof that you are wholly owned, and that's the conversation that His Royal Majesty Otumfuo said to her leadership, the former Chief Justice Sophia Kufuor, many others have been talking about that. Get a Ghanaian to manage this. Don't get a white man to come and do this so that we get a paltry, maybe 10%, 5%, and then they take the rest of the money away.
So Maripooma and Vortex did not submit the document.
They could not prove that they are wholly Ghanaian owned, and so they couldn't go through. On that score, Heath Goldfields and Engineers and Planners went through. Valid tax clearance, Maripooma couldn't submit, Vortex couldn't submit, but Heath Goldfields and Engineers and Planners, the valid slate clearance, Maripooma couldn't take the box, Vortex couldn't take the box, but Engineers and Planners and Heath Goldfields did. Valid VAT clearance. You also had Maripooma and Vortex failing in that regard. Incorporation certificate, Maripooma and Vortex failed, and then $100,000, not Ghana cedis. Dollars. Is it dollars?
It's cedis, 100,000.
I see a dollar.
I think it's because they are using the money bag.
Yeah.
So
I think they should use wisdom.
Yeah, the money bags are
wisdom.
just
Application fee, pass, responsive. And then Maripooma and Vortex failed. Maripooma and Vortex submitted 0 mandatory documents.
They didn't submit anything at all outside of presenting the
mandatory
bid.
documents. They failed to do that.
They didn't do that.
Now we're on to phase 2. So at this point, we know that Maripooma and Vortex didn't go into phase 2.
Yes.
Now phase 2 is where you had a maximum score of 100 points, qualifying threshold. That's 80%. And 80% minimum threshold survival methodology and work plan, that's 10, and then key staff 10, facilities and equipment 10, safety and health and environment 10, local content 10, relevant experience 50 points, 10 information plus 40 specific. So that's what they were looking for. And 80% minimum survival threshold. We're looking for 80% for you to be able to qualify. The pass mark, the maximum score is 100, but 80% will do for you. No. Head to head.
Was zeroing in on what was the
what gave them either 80% or less than 80 or more than 80 or even 100%. Now, there's head-to-head technical scorecard, and again, they use my scorecard without telling me. Engineers and Planners went head-to-head with Heath Goldfields. Massive delta. So relevant experience, Engineers and Planners scored 48.6%. Heath Goldfields scored 26.6%. In terms of,
I am curious as to the 26.6% because
what accounted for that?
Yes, Heath Goldfields currently is managing the Bogoso mines. Right. They are currently in charge of the Bogoso mines. I mean, that was embroiled in some controversy. But if you go onto their website, Heath Goldfields, the next chapter at Bogoso Prestia, and they've been doing some work there since 2025. Is it that before then they were non-existent, didn't have anything to do within the mining space and all of that? I'll be curious, or I'm interested in getting to know a bit more as to for Engineers and Planners. I mean, that has been on record for some time that they operated the machinery, or in fact they were the brawn in terms of the work which was happening at Damine.
In fact, what we know, even at Takwa and Damine, what we know is that Engineers and Planners have the men, and they have the equipment. They own all the equipment and they have all the men. So they were just working as contractors for those who had come for the mine. So
that's why I said they are the brawn, and then the persons who came for the.
In fact, they are the brawn and brain.
No, the brain will be the person who owns it and says.
No, not necessarily. If you, for example, come to 3FM to say rent this office space, and say you want to use it for a radio station, that's what you had the managers of either Takwa Mine or Damine do, right? And then you go and call Astus Ayable to say, oh, you have experience in managing media. And then Astus says, oh, let me bring in Mabel. And Mabel says, oh, let me bring in Cyril. And Cyril says, oh, let me bring in Koshi. And let me bring in Tap, blah, 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 blah. All of them are working to Astus, right? So you own the space. You know that this place is good for us to broadcast from as a radio station. But the console is not yours. It belongs to Astus. The microphone is not yours. It belongs to Astus. The computers are not yours. It belongs to Astus. The transmitter is not yours. It belongs to Astus. Everything else that you need does not belong to you. It belongs to Astus. But you have the contract. But he is the contractor who has brought people to work for you. So he is the one who is training the people to man the dump trucks, the excavators, blah, 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 blah. And he's the one who owns them. How then does he become just the brawn and not the brain? You know, you get the point.
I get the point. I get the point you're making, but I also know in terms of the operations and direction as to how things should move, that will come from the individual who owns the contract, and also because they had initiated processes to exit the market initially, because there were conversations surrounding whether or not the mine was profitable again, and they came to do an evaluation when the license expired. There was an entire conversation as to
this was what 30 years ago.
No, they've been mining for 30 years. But when the lease was expiring about 2 years ago, before the extension, and even somewhere last year when the conversation started as to local content participation and us looking for local content players, there were conversations surrounding whether or not this was viable going forward, reason why they had not sought to renew the license in time. Before the government also came in expressing the interest.
You know, I mentioned to you, I think it was last week. Was it last week or this week? No, last week.
I think last week we were
last week it was when I mentioned that at some point when we said, oh, we're going to give off some concessions out to Goldfields and to so other entities to manage. They didn't have to go anywhere. They just brought machines in, stayed here. They didn't borrow money anywhere else. They got the money that we were asking for, $3 million, and gave to us. That $3 billion, I'm saying $3 million, one dump truck alone is $3 million. There's an excavator that costs $8 million. So if you don't have money, you are not going there. Now, let's look at the relevant experience. That's where 48.6% goes to Engineers and Planners Limited. Heat Goldfields got 26.6%. Methodology, and that's over 10, right? In terms of methodology, mining, and how they go about their processes of getting to mine, Engineers and Planners got 9%, or 9 over 10. Heat Goldfields got 6.2. And then facilities and equipment, 9.8%, 9.8 over 10 for Engineers and Planners, as against 5.8 over 10 for Heat Goldfields. And then safety and health and environment, 9.2, how they're managing the safety environment, boots and PPEs, and having those flags. Because if you stand by one dump truck, I understand, as I've visited a mine before, if you stand by a dump truck, it'll be difficult for the driver of that dump truck to see Mawuena. The height of the dump truck
it's crazy.
I mean, it begins from where this ceiling is, and look at how high the ceiling is. Now somebody is sitting up there and you are walking here with your 1-point-something meter height, and the line of sight is, you will be crushed. So safety and all of those, Engineers and Planners saw 9.2 over 10, and Heat Goldfields scored 6.2. That's 3 marks gap. 9.6 over 10 for key staff in terms of engineers and equipment operators and crashers and name them. And in fact, on this particular score, Heat Goldfields also got 9.2, and then engineers and planners got 9.6 over 10. Local content. Engineers and planners got 9.2 for local content. And this is interesting. Heat Goldfields got 9.4. Engineers and planners got 9.2 in terms of local content. Local content. Now,
because they are I mentioned they are at Bogoso.
Yeah.
Already they are working, because Bogoso as well, there was a lot of controversy around the concerns about the lack of development and all of that, and then they came in. In fact, the matter even went to court at some point in time, and the Supreme Court made pronouncements on that. And so they've been working since somewhere last year at Bogoso. And so in terms of local content, well, fair and square, if the case is that
they did better than engineers and planners. So the grand total, Heat Goldfields was supposed to get what 10, 100%, right? They got 63.4. Elimination red, disqualified, failed the 80% threshold, and then engineers and planners got 95.4%. Success is green, they qualified, and they have the mine as we speak. Now there was also financial evaluation. Right, a mandatory requirement of 500 million US dollars. Mining is no joke, I tell you. Only engineers and planners advanced in this stage. We're looking for 500 million. You should have that money. And only engineers and planners advanced in this stage. Now, engineers and planners brought in 505 million US dollars.
You topped it with 5 million.
And their sources are Absa Bank and Stanbic Bank, who they have been working with over time. And they said, look, we can guarantee for you the money will be available for you. And there we have it. Now, that was phase 3 of the whole caboodle, as William Sidu was saying. So the winning bidder, Engineers and Planners Limited, led by Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, got 93.15% final evaluated score. That's an A+, right? If you're writing on the exam, that's an A+, and he got it. Now, the question to ask is he getting it because he's the president's brother, or is he getting it because he is qualified so to do? And I know that there was a committee that was put together to evaluate this, a committee of experts who were put together to evaluate this rigorous process. And so far, we've gone through the slides to show us who got what, who had what, who did not have what. It appears that Mr. Ibrahim Mahama and his team at Engineers and Planners ticked every box that was available to be ticked. And that's why today the Daman mine will be in their hands for them to manage. What we pray and hope for, and will ask questions of, is that it's not just about winning the bid. It is also about making sure that the people of the Republic of Ghana are benefiting immensely from their gold and natural resources. It is also important that a lot more young people are being employed. It is also important that people who go to UMAT, KNUST, and all those geologists, etc., who go in school here will get jobs in the field, so they don't run away from our country. So we stay here, the money stays here. It's also imperative to impress upon Mr. Ibrahim Mahama and Engineers and Planners to ensure that the local economy, where they are going to, I mean, if you enter a mine, for example, you see how things are being done meticulously. When you exit the mine and you get into the town, it's like it's free for all. And I have never come to understand this. Sometimes I'm tempted to say that give them the towns where the mines are to the mining companies to manage the towns. Because look, there is no way, even if you were the president of the republic, that you could enter a mine without a hard boot. No, you cannot. There's no way you can enter any mine in this country if you do not have protective goggles. You cannot. There's no way you can enter a mine in this country if you are not wearing a reflector. You cannot. There's no way you can enter a mine in this country if you do not have a hard hat. But mirror the same situation to the communities where these mines are. We want to see a lot more CSR activities from Mr. Ibrahim Mayama and engineers and planners. We congratulate them. We wish that it would be better going forward.
Right. Of that and more are a number of questions as well in relation to the mine itself proper. And Akosia is here and will do sports for us. I'm just going to try in the next 2 minutes highlight some of these. And then perhaps when we return and the conversations will start proper, there will be the basis upon which we will further the conversation. So, Goldfields in 2024, before the government refused their request to extend the lease, in the 2024 annual reports, said there were no mineral reserves declared at Damine, which means there was no defined gold reserves there to be mined.
Right.
Now, what they were seeking to do was to be the stockpiles they had, they were going to take care of it.
Right.
Along the line, despite their 2024 report suggesting there were no defined reserves, they came back wanting to renew the license.
What for?
is one of the many questions.
Because if you tell us that there's nothing there, so why are you coming back to renew?
Have we found new stockpiles? That's one. Or define reserves, not stockpiles. Define reserves, which is going to inform the going forward. Then there's a question which have been asked as to wholly owned Ghanaian mine. And if you look at the mining companies, particularly the international ones, foreign owned, the corporate taxes they pay, the royalties and the sliding scale as compared to wholly owned, who takes debt to run the business and operations and will post profit and all of that. Persons are asking legitimate questions about working the math to see if we are better off having
engineers and planners.
No, not specifically engineers and planners.
A local.
Whether we're better off having a local company run the affairs of our mines, because they might not be taxed 35%. They might not be slapped with corporate tax of 35%. And even if that were to happen, they'll have to take out the debts before you tax whatever profit it is that they will make and all of that. These are conversations in and around. But
for the record, Mawuena, it's engineers and planners now who have that. I mean, according to the ministry has a full statement.
I mean, as for that,
it's gone. It's gone.
They have it. But there will be conversations as to the way forward. And these are questions and conversations which will guide, particularly for the Damine mine to be specific, because of that report which suggested that there was no reserve. What will be their plan? And I'm sure in the coming days we'll hear from them as well as to what the plan is. Reserves, are there reserves? Because yes, they've won local content participation. We want the benefits
for the Ghanaian people.
To the Ghanaian people. And so there will be questions asked. The competence and what they've been doing
the bank balance and
has not been in doubt, because we've been told that they are the ones who are operating the mines on behalf of
Goldfields, and others.
And so even that report which said there was no reserve, where their technical people, the ones who undertook that project, or it was
So it comes back to the point where I said they are not just the brawn, they're also the brain. Because when the white man says, "Oh, it's okay, we have finished mining, there's nothing here," it took people from engineers and planners, geologists from engineers and planners, come and said, "I know there's more that you can find here," and so based on that, they came back to renew the license. But Mawuena, interested though, Tehran, 7th April 2026.
They are declaring.
This is from Saeed Abbas Araki. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Islamic Republic of Iran. He says, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, His Excellency Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, and His Excellency Field Marshal Munir for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the US for negotiations based on the 15-point proposal, as well as announcements by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks, and this conditional, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations for a period of 2 weeks. Safe passage through Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So they have given Donald Trump and his people in Israel a condition: if you stop, we will relax so your oil can pass. But if you say fi, we'll say fifi. If you do kr, we'll do kr. If you do kr, we'll do kekekekeke.
Akosia, good morning to you. Good morning. I trust that you're well.
Yes.
Charlie, do we have a coach now?
We're almost getting.
I'm hearing Portuguese names.
Yeah,
two
yeah,
Portuguese.
Three of them.
Yeah.
Portuguese.
For now, yes.
Hey, Charlie, the people colonized us. They are coming to coach us too.
Azam Buja or something. They are the ones who are like.
They are coming back to. After colonizing us, they are coming to coach us.
I mean, those are the names we're hearing.
Yeah.
No
Ghanaian yet. No Ghanaian.
Yesterday there was also the name of Kwesi Appiah being thrown in here.
We are bringing him back from Sudan. Hey,
I mean, Sudan didn't qualify for the World Cup. If we need a short-term coach, he could take us to the World Cup.
He's managed the Black Stars before as well.
The Black Stars
he's played with the Black Stars before.
Because whoever we're bringing, he can't even come in now with his backroom staff, because he doesn't even know the players to even start with making his own collabs and all. And we just brought in a number of coaches like 2 months ago. So for the short term,
Charlie Otuado, a worry we power. He has hurt us, whoever so sourced Otuado. I just said she doesn't think that.
No.
It's not
Otuado. Do anything. Because if we thought he wasn't doing the right job, there were so many opportunities.
But we kept him.
The first one was when we failed to qualify for the AFCON. That's like the first time in a very, very...
That was an orange flag towards red. And we still stayed.
A very long time. That I'm sure everybody, even he himself, would have understood, and everybody would have agreed.
Yeah, but if you were urging him on, if we were urging him on, why would he say?
Then we kept him.
We say yes, he says why not?
After the World Cup was still another opportunity. After the Karen Cup was still another opportunity. And we waited for far too long to make these calls. And when we were making the call, we should have at least made sure we had a new coach who could have possibly even watched the 2 games we played and at least have a fair idea of the team was coming to take. But we just sacked the person without even having a...
Charlie, Austria spelled Ghana for us.
Let's
Obey.
Well, good morning once again, and welcome to the sports edition
on Sunrise. My name is Akusia AJ. There's a lot we have to download here on the show. We're talking the Black Stars. We're talking an upcoming boxing bout. I mean, it would be one of the biggest bouts to be staged in Ghana. Of course, we'll be looking at what some Ghanaians are saying ahead of the World Cup and who should possibly become Ghana's new coach as well. And so let's start off with the Black Stars, as Portuguese tacticians Carlos Queiroz and Paulo Bento have emerged as the leading contenders to take charge of Ghana's senior national team ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Their emergence follows the dismissal of Otoado in late March 2026 after a string of disappointing friendly results. In response, the Ghana Football Association has moved swiftly to secure a short-term replacement for the global tournament. The development comes after the GFA Executive Council convened on Tuesday, March 7, 2026 to deliberate on potential candidates. A final decision is expected soon, pending further consultation with government stakeholders. The coach recently stepped down as head coach of Oman in March 2026 and is widely respected by his tactical discipline and extensive international experience, having previously managed teams such as Portugal, Iran, and Egypt. Bento, on the other hand, is currently in charge of the United Arab Emirates and previously managed South Korea. Still on the Black Stars coaching situation, Graphic Sports editor Maurice Kwanzaa has cautioned that Ghana must prioritize appointing a long-term manager as the national team searches for a new coach. The Ghana Football Association is currently weighing its options as decisions intensify over whether to bring in a short-term solution or a commitment to a long-term project.
Because those stopgap have not really helped us, and because of lessons we've learned, and particularly this GFA, in the last 6 years or so, look at the number of coaches, so they need to take their time, shouldn't press the panic button. We are just about 65 days to the World Cup, but it's important that you think medium to long term, because after the World Cup, there's an AFCON to take care of. So you need an experienced coach within budget to look at the World Cup and use it as a springboard, because I don't think we can win the World Cup.
Yeah.
But we need to start targeting the AFCON. We've not won since 1982, 44 years, before any of the players in the squad was even born. It's very embarrassing for a country like Ghana, but this is a time for us to think long term.
So you heard Maurice Kwanzaa, who is the editor for Graphic Sports. Meanwhile, 3 Sports hit the streets of Accra to gather opinions on whether the next Black Stars coach should be appointed on a long-term or short-term basis. Here are some of the reactions.
Ghana, for now, there's no coach that you say should come and handle Bastard. That you use this World Cup to analyze that, to assess that coach. So we should find a coach that will take out to the World Cup. After the World Cup, then we'll come and find a substantive coach for the Blaster, so that you know the boys well. We will qualify. Maybe we'll come and try and qualify us for African Cup. I think next year we'll play African Cup of Nations, that kind of stuff. So for now, we need a short-term coach, so that at least let's go and play the World Cup. I mean, I said the 3 matches, we are coming home. You understand? We are points. With Ghana, we are going to share points. You understand? So we don't have to go and hire a coach that is very expensive, so that at the end of the day, you come and take the money. The contract, maybe 5 years. After the 5 years, maybe you want to sack him. You have to pay a lot of money for that coach before you can sack that coach. So we should look for a coach. Maybe the Black Queens coach, I don't know. For a man that has coached Black Queens cannot coach Blaster. You understand? And I say there's a coach called Decimo Fair or whatever. They should try and add some technical man to it, so that they will go to the World Cup.
Forever and ever. My uncle coach me because I could try now here. Now, no World Cup, and I could generally go as a photo. It is a GFA bet TM dia. I come for coach office audit team never man no 100 to say Zambia coach. I find that or discipline so I go do my sikasam baby do no sikasam baby do no sikasam inti yase football no dey won for sikasam you know dey dem paibo wo don say show na fin pe Ghana for the ya paibo tie for yakon bet e wo boa yakon ti odi asufre
ne ntutu ne mane emfa nko ye ba ne ade ye na trans ye bibia se be pam no ani apam no ba so qualify ne se ya pam no and Ukrainian
I think we should go for a short-term coach who has the technical ability to help develop the talent that we have now. Because with the materials that we have today, if we have a very good coach who can change positions of those players, I think we will go far.
So you heard some Ghanaians expressing their thoughts on whether the GFA should enlist a long-term coach or a short-term one ahead of the World Cup. We will be heading to Europe shortly, but before that, let's do some boxing where Ghanaian boxers are intensifying preparations ahead of the much-anticipated Legacy Rise Fight Night at the Bukom Boxing Arena. The event is set to feature 10 exciting bouts, including a number of title defenses as well as international matchups, promising a thrilling night for boxing fans. Headlining the card, Theophilus Alute will face Namibia's Jonas Erastus in what is expected to be a fiercely contested clash. The co-main event will see Ahmed Abdullah go head-to-head with Obaro, with several other rising stars also billed to showcase their talent on the night. Speaking ahead of the event, Chief Commercial Officer for Legacy Rise, David Aloka, outlined the long-term vision behind the initiative, emphasizing the platform it provides for developing Ghanaian boxing talents.
We've had some incredible fighters over the span of several years, from the DK Poisons, you know, we've had so many great fighters that have come out there to the Zuma Nelsons, but we had a period of time of a lull, right? And the talent, we know that the talent is there. We know that boxing is the beating heart of Bukom, of Jamestown, with so many skilled trainers, with so many well-accomplished managers. So we wanted to spend some time and align ourselves with some good, great talent, because our aim, in essence, is to have a world champion from Ghana, but that is also trained by a Ghanaian with a Ghanaian promoter, which hasn't been done before as a trifecta. And the aim of us is to cover all of those bases from that standpoint. And you know, the strategic moves that we've made in terms of the type of fighters that we've signed, the companies that we've aligned with, the DAZNs, the Matchroom Boxings, the 258 of Anthony Joshua as well. All of these things coming together, tapping into the blood, sweat and tears that have gone several years ahead of us. All of the combination of all this coming together is very important, and that's exactly what we're trying to drive right now.
That was David Aloka, who is the Chief Commercial Officer for Legacy Rise. Let's now bring you updates. UEFA Champions League, where the first leg of the quarterfinals were played yesterday, producing some thrilling results. Arsenal secured a narrow victory over Sporting CP thanks to a late goal from Kai Havertz, giving them a slim advantage heading into the return leg at home. In the standout fixture of the night, Kylian Mbappe found the net to give Real Madrid hope despite a 2-1 defeat to Bayern Munich at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. General Manager of MG Sports, Michael Uti-AJ, believes Bayern's inability to convert their numerous chances could prove costly, especially considering Real Madrid's strong pedigree in European competitions.
Bayern Munich really lose guard. This was a big opportunity to really take Real Madrid apart, to be a bit more dominant, to take a bigger lead into the second leg of the Champions League quarter-final by the Allianz Arena later on. Instead, Bayern Munich are only taking a 2-1 advantage back to Munich when they should have been dry and over even before the game got anywhere. Look, the performance of that company team, another reminder of why he's done so well with the team. They were really dominant, should have scored a lot more goals. That 2-0 lead they had was full value for money. Manuel Neuer with that big save of, I think it was Mbappe. But then again, Mbappe was always going to be a key fixture in that, so he pulls one back for them. Real, I think, lucky not to have had a penalty against them in the final few minutes of the game. But this is Real Madrid, 2-1 away in any stadium in Europe. This is not done at all. And that's why I really think that Bayern Munich let an opportunity slip, because they were so dominant that they should have scored a bit more goals. They should have dominated this game a bit more, and they should have taken a bigger advantage.
That was General Manager for MG Sports, Michael Uti. The Champions League action continues today at the Camp Nou. It's an all-Spanish clash as FC Barcelona hosts Atletico Madrid. Despite having the upper hand over their opponents over the weekend, Barcelona head coach Hansi Flick expects a tough challenge for his side.
Wow, this is, Atleti is a tough team. They have the right attitude. They have a lot of intensity. They have fast players. They have fantastic players on the pitch. And you also saw it on Saturday. So they rested many players, but the quality was very high. And they love to defend. They know how to defend in a deep block. It's not so easy. It's not so easy to score 2 goals in Atletico. So this is what I can say, and it's always tough because.
That was Hansi Flick. Elsewhere in France, it's a repeat of last season's round of 16 tie as holders PSG welcome Liverpool in the first leg at the Parc des Princes. Despite a heavy defeat to Manchester City over the weekend and a recent dip in domestic form, Liverpool head coach Arne Slot insists his side is ready to deliver.
I think if you play a quarterfinal, it doesn't matter that much where you are in the season. If you're still in the FA Cup, League Cup, or where you are in your domestic league, it's always a special moment. We can never take a quarterfinal of the Champions League for granted, let alone if you face the champions of Europe that fully deserved to win the Champions League last season and again this season are doing very, very, very well.
But that's it for the sports. My name is Akusia Ije. Thanks for listening.
FM.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge, yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation, shake off the Tuesday blues, and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Appiah Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon, only on 3FM 92.7.
It's my number one.
92.7 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Greetings in the name of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari.
has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday, from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Dungargan, Mua Fire.
Rhythm come forward. I think I am chica fankare. Azure ya chica fankare. Abama ta chica fankare.
Nothing is beyond your reach. Vim up your daily pursuits on the revitalization of your taste of Malta Guinness, packed with B vitamins just for you. Malta Guinness is not like any other soft drink. It's a quality refreshment boosted with B vitamins and brewed with sorghum and malt. Charge forward towards your goals with each sip of its nourishing natural goodness. Now selling at a cool 12 Ghana cedis. Remember to always look out for the proudly made in Ghana symbol on every bottle or can of Malta Guinness. Malta Guinness, we move. Have you noticed for Malta Guinness, if you choose a made in Ghana Malta Guinness of over imported ones from Nigeria and other places. It means you are protecting local businesses, creating and saving jobs, supporting Ghanaian industries, boosting economic growth, showing national pride in your Republic of Ghana as it is, and also being able to contact the production team, the source if needed. Malta Guinness made in Ghana by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. Malta Guinness made in Ghana, lower in sugar, brewed from the Ghanaian taste buds, and have a taste suitable for Ghanaian taste buds. Comes in a sleek can, jeje can, that's what they call it. It's a proudly made in Ghana symbol on the pack. Has a premium badge on the bottle and the label. So go out there, find Malta Guinness, sip on it nicely, and enjoy. If you're coming to Pram Pram, I want to guide you through, because you belong to First HR Hotel. They focus on three things: your peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape from legendary services into even bigger and better experience. A world-class comfort. We are not just a hotel, we are also a home for tranquility. I invite you and entreat you and encourage you to call them on 050-335-9598. That's 050-335-9598 and 0303-989-737. You can also book First HR Heights, because they don't just provide a room, they provide a reset for guests that you feel a sense, an immediate sense of peace the moment you walk in, a rare kind of assurance. Let your passion just melt away and it forms into a new experience. Take away the tensions and give you raw passion. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respect your peace and tranquility and treat you like family, we are your first and only choice. We're also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to Accra Business Center. 025 60 025 60 60 665 025 60 60 665 025 60 70 666 025 60 70 666. Where? Oh my God. So they have a full house. Get into that conversation in a bit. Daman Mines is gone. It's not gone out of Ghana though. It's been taking over from the white man and be given to a black man. And we will get into that conversation in a bit. Daman Mines. Yeah. 93.15% final evaluator score. We'll get into that conversation. And why did engineers and planners get it? Years of on-site experience, equipment ownership. It gave them a decisive edge. There were 4 bidders: Vortex, Maripoma, Heat Goldfields, and engineers and planners. The deadline was Tuesday, the 31st of March 2026. We'll get into that detail in a bit. Stay with us here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
And you're live on 3FM 92.7. Good morning to lawyer Senna Edeko. Good morning to you, Counsel. We wish you all the best. Now, let's get into the conversation. First, I'll introduce my guest to you. Mr. Ebo Bachman is the Deputy Director of Communications for the United Party. He is also a member of the National Communications Team. Andy Ekufu is a communications team member. Not Andy Ekufu. It's not Andy Ekufu. Derek. The other Derek, not the Prince Derek. He's a member of the NPP. Makausi Ako is the convener for Ghana and Election Watch Ghana. And Prince Derek Ejay is a member of the NDC's National Communications Team. My photo that I took of him 2 weeks ago has been used for his flyer. He's liking it. He hasn't changed his photo in a long time. I had to change it for him. But you are wearing fugu this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, this fugu is straight from Lamashugu. Yes, actually I had a couple of them from the Lamashuguna.
Okay.
When the Yanas delegation came to visit the Honorable Minister for Education after his accident. In fact, Sixtus was there with me.
Right.
And they promised to give me a lot more so that every day I can change.
I am your chief. Do you know that? We are claiming things from Lamshegu within the Dagban kingdom. I am your chief. I am a chief in Dagban.
No,
this morning you should be bowing to me and saying Dasaba. Then I'll be blessing you small.
But we are in Accra.
But you are doing two. You are even wearing a fedora hat. You are doing two.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Yes, but we are in Accra right now, and I'm a chief.
It doesn't negate.
I'm a royal, you know.
I'm also a royal from Kwe, where you are.
Yes, but I
have another layer. I sit on a skin. If we go to the north, you cannot sit on any skin.
I will be sitting on a stool.
No. You cannot sit on any skin. You will be standing there. In fact, Gobano Kutush.
We'll see.
Ebo, what then?
Onyaminadum.
Oshibia.
Oyadum Kotin.
Na eko soloku Mensha Soloku event Ekobi.
Honorable Soloku.
Honorable Soloku. Lawyer Soloku. Ankobi.
Damazi.
Oh, she yellow. Because feel the whole party for.
Yeah.
I thought it was a UP party.
Actually, as a Ashanti Regional Minister. Very beautiful Ashanti festival. Look at the things he did.
What did he do?
I mean, look at the paintings, the food, the way he used SHS students to do something so beautiful.
Right.
To uplift the image of the Ashanti region. Then you want to do something to rival him.
Oh, did he say he wanted to?
Of course.
The Ashanti Regional Minister was there at the Soluku.
Of course, the Ashanti Regional Minister was a smart guy. I mean, he's a smart guy. That's why he decided to go there. I mean, he decided to go there. You see, you don't do things like that. I mean, Soloku, then you go and dance. And look, I saw some of the videos. I said, wow.
You were jealous.
This is anticlimax.
You were jealous. Soloku is life.
It was an anticlimax. I don't think you should continue doing the Soloku thing. Other than that, Honorable Soloku will be his name.
Soloku!
Derek, good morning. How are you doing?
Which of the Dereks?
No, I didn't say Prince Derek. I said, then why are you fighting him already?
No.
Derek, how are you?
Johnny, I'm doing so well.
You're fine.
Yeah, by God's grace, I'm doing well.
Why are you in black though?
Ghana is in doomsdays. Yes. But before
why do you
else,
say that? Yeah.
Before anything else, last week the Kwasifua Foundation embarked on our annual event.
Vincent.
Yes. That's my boss. I'm his research assistant.
You are his research assistant. He's my little brother.
Oh,
tell him I told you that.
Okay, that's
fine.
I'm sure he might be listening to.
He can't do FOCO about it, but he's an honorable member for the Tafo area. We respect him for that.
He did his national service in my office.
Yes.
And he was then NASPA
president.
Everybody is polling scorecard.
No.
But he's an honorable member of parliament.
I encouraged him to go to the heights that he is. So if you are his boy, live up to his listen, but don't.
No, he said
don't
research
follow his
assistant.
recent ways.
So what is his recent way?
His boss has some questions. If you go tell him, I say he has some excavated questions to answer.
Oh, where's that?
Oh yeah, I'm just giving a hint. His boss has excavated questions to answer.
Your microphones are off.
Yeah. So
foundation?
Yes, what we do every year is that he spends time with his constituents, and then the foundation has a prison project that we do annually. And so last year we celebrated the Easter with the inmates in collaboration with Jofel Catering Services, where we distributed about 2,500 packs of food for the inmates, and this year we did same. But the interesting thing about this year is that last year when we went, the inmates made a passionate appeal that some of them, if they had legal representation, their issues may have been different.
Right.
And so we collaborated with a team of lawyers, about 13 of them, and then we are looking at about 10 cases. And so hopefully next year when we go for the year 3, we would write our success stories, and then the people will know that indeed we are not just there for the fun of it, but also to help people genuinely.
Okay. Mzako, good morning. You had your birthday with your daughter not so long ago.
Yes.
How did you celebrate it?
Oh, we had a very nice time.
You ate alone?
Not alone. We had other people coming to celebrate with us. And I think last week when we came, I seized the opportunity to thank your team for wishing us well. Thank you very much.
Great. Now let's go to the Daman conversation. First, the minority is supporting government's decision. What exactly did they say? Listen.
Facilitating this visit. And I'm sure it's a very timely visit, and is going to afford us the opportunity to actually get to know the diamond mines and what is happening here, and to get some more information to help me in my ranking work. I know I have been in the news in the last couple of weeks for either good or bad reasons, but I know whatever that has been going on has been done in the good interest of the people of Daman, good interest of the staff and the employees of this company, and also for the future of the company and overall for Mother Ghana. And let me restate that the minority group of the opposition is very keen and interested in making sure that we get the right company, the right entrepreneur, the right investor to take over the mine, and then make sure that Ghana continues to benefit from it. We are sure to support whatever the final outcome is. We are going to say,
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning. Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
This very historic mine has a very interesting history. I'll talk about a short one. After 30 years of mining, an application by Goldfields was made to the ministry in 2024. Early 2025, after subjecting the application to a lot of factors, the government of Ghana decided that we will not review that lease. A dispute was triggered. We reached an understanding with Goldfields that will give them a 1-year transitional lease. Thanks to colleagues from members of parliament, we worked, and in that transition, we were able to renew the lease for 1 year. The government, as part of its broader objective of empowering Ghanaians in the mining sector, had really stated that the plan for this mine would be to basically usher in Ghanaian experience with technical and financial capacity as a springboard for empowering Ghanaians to take the commanding height of the mining sector. And as a result of that, and if you look at the lease, the planned lease comes to an end on the 18th of this month. Government, in following up on the commitment we've made, have triggered a process of competitive, transparent tender process to select that company that we believe have the capacity to run the mine. In the meantime, as part of the agreement with Goldfields, you know that we had a government transition team working closely with you in the last year. They came and visited me this past week and gave a presentation. I think the presentation after that was very clear that we needed to pay a visit here. One is to familiarize ourselves with the mine as this period, as I've described, is coming to an end. But more importantly, to also make sure we engage you and the workers here, to give them the assurance. And this assurance is coming from His Excellency President Mahama. His whole focus is the people who work here, who have families, who must be protected. And so I'm here with the members of parliament who ultimately will also work on this same line in terms of their future leads, to make sure that there's an orderly transition that ensures that the operations is not interrupted, that guarantees the safety of the mine, that also guarantees the contract or the employment of those who are already been here. And all of that are part of the reason we have come. And so we come with good news. We believe that this mine future is ahead of us. I did not go into the
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Let's begin with this conversation. The Daman Mines finally has been given to engineers and planners. We know that engineers and planners have had an ambition to acquire the Daman Mine since 2022 when they began to explore opportunities to purchase the asset. Its underlying shareholder structure. Already deeply involved in operations at the Daman Mines, we know that they provide equipment and technical support and the human resource as well. The company possessed the insight and confidence to pursue ownership. We also do know that the contract is expiring sometime mid-April. And finally, Daman Mine, you just had the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Dr. Emmanuel Amakofibua, who indicated that the mine could go to a Ghanaian firm. 4 of them bid, but only engineers and planners was able to scale past the 80% mark that was demanded or required out of the 100% mark, and they have it now. Let me begin this conversation with Prince Derek Ajay. Prince Derek Ajay. There are conversations in the public domain that the president has given the Daman Mines to his brother. What do you say to that?
You mean his brother is a company?
His brother owns engineers and planners.
But
I'm sure you've heard that.
Well, Derek hasn't spoken. The other Derek hasn't spoken.
You don't need to
I don't
hear
know what
from him.
Bawumia has told him this morning. But if somebody gets 93% in an exam, and somebody gets
93.15,
yes, and somebody gets 38% in an exam, they don't speak to the same question, do they? Bawumia got 38 in the last exam he went through.
We're not talking
Sunrise
about
on.
we're talking about Daman Mines.
No, but the MPP speak for Bawumia. He's their leader. That's what the leader of the MPP has
My
said.
question is why? What do you say to the president giving the Daman Mines to his brother? That's the conversation in town. In certain quarters in town. What do you say to that?
Actually, my issue is that I don't like to speak to the MPP's agenda setting. I would debunk it any day and let Ghanaians know them for what they are. They just want to be just disruptors in search of, political favor, which Ghanaians can see through. Truth is, this was not a sole-sourced, arrangement. We've seen a lot of noise made by the NPP about sole sourcing in recent times, considering the big push, which is giving them a big headache. The roads are in bad shape, and so if the president wants this done in quick order, the way to do it is what is done, and yet they make a lot of noise, even though they had done worse. To do with this one, it's not a sole source thing. We all agree that if Ghanaians own, the major drivers of our economy, then we have our destiny in our hands. So that's the first point. I believe I've heard Otumfuo Tutu and several others speak to that issue, requesting that Ghanaians are given opportunities to be in charge solely of the mines and specifically the Daman mine.
Right.
Now, so it is not the president's singular thought process that is being put into action. President Mahama owes it a duty and has sworn an oath to Ghanaians to do good by us and ensure haven't put in place good strategies that have turned around the economy, the indicators are looking correct, and so on, to stabilize it and maintain same. If we do not have our fingers on the knob, and we have foreigners, as it were, spreading our monies outside, of course the dollar is going to at some point play games with us. And so I think I support that initiative. Now, what was the process? There was an open tender, not a restricted tender.
That's right.
The minister has also been very clear about the fact that these people were not, as it were, shoved out in order to bring some specific person in. The examinations was like WAEC. The criteria for selection was made clear.
Right.
Ghanaian owned. So if you are not a wholly owned Ghanaian firm, or you are partial, you don't qualify. We want.
Was Ibrahim Ahmad giving some favors?
I don't know why you keep mentioning
I'm asking,
a particular name.
Well, it is in the public. We cannot pretend that we haven't heard it.
No, MPP keep fouling the atmosphere. If they keep farting, why should we be breathing that air? Let's just move away from where they put their backside and fart. Let us talk about the issues as they are and educate the people of Ghana. I will not be part of the MPP's agenda setting. The truth of the matter is that a company, is not the same as an individual. That is a fact. Now, there are 4 companies that bid. So why are there not 4 names out there? Why one? There's a fixation.
You think that this is deliberate to drag somebody through?
It is deliberate. I mean, we've seen engineers and planners do a lot of things in the past. You remember, not too long ago, we're talking about the drainage situation, and today the rains have exposed a little bit more.
Right.
We've heard people like Asa Subachi, who should be in jail by now, talking about the drainage situation, which he did nothing to fix. If you remember, engineers and planners helped Ghana in desilting the Odor, lagoon for free, using equipment that were owned by government. People were up in arms. That why is he using government equipment to to distill the drain so that we will not have flooding? We've seen recently the issue of his private jet, which ferried Otumfuo, Osei Tutu, and also the president. People are not talking about Otumfuo giving Ibrahim any favors, but they're talking about his brother. I mean, look, his brother could give him any favors anyway, whether he put him in his jet or his private car. So for me, it's neither here nor there. I know Ibrahim personally. I know what he's capable of doing. I know the president personally. I know what he's capable of. These are 2 individuals who are heads and shoulders above Akufo-Addo and Bawumia by any standard, any ethical, moral standard. And these are people who want and have a good heart for Ghana. So I would not be drawn into that pigeonholing. Now, 4 companies, not 4 individuals, including a company owned by Ibrahim Mahama, bid for a contract, open tender, and clear criteria. First criteria is wholly owned, and the emphasis on wholly. So if you're partially owned, you have failed in the first instance. If we want to drop the bar because we want to have others have an edge over one particular company because it's owned by Ibrahim Mahama, let the MPP say so. If they can't say so, then they should just, allow the processes to go without fouling the atmosphere.
So now let's look at let's look at the statistics again. You mentioned 4 institutions or 4 organizations that bid: Maripoma, Vortex, Goldfields, and Engineers and Planners. According to the report, a total of 4 tenders were received by 4 p.m. deadline on Tuesday, the 31st of March 2026, which also served as the announced tender opening day. All tenders were considered based on the guidelines issued by the minister in accordance with Regulation 2584 of LI 2176. And the 4 companies are Vortex Resource Mining Group, Engineers and Planners Limited, Heath Goldfields Limited, and Maripoma Mining Services Limited. So that's what we know. We know that the companies interested had to go through a process to acquire pass rate. And what were they looking at? They were looking at whether or not the company was wholly owned by Ghanaian. They had to show proof for that: valid tax clearance, valid slate license, slate clearance, valid VAT clearance incorporation certificate, and also an application fee of 100,000 Ghana cedis. Now, in terms of the passmark, Maripoma and Vortex submitted 0 mandatory documents, which means that they couldn't prove that they were a wholly owned Ghanaian company. They couldn't provide their valid tax clearance. They couldn't provide a valid SNIT clearance, valid VAT clearance, incorporation certificate, and even the 100,000 Ghana cedis. They couldn't go. So they did not meet this litmus, pass this litmus test. So they didn't progress to the next stage. Now, what's the next stage? The next stage is phase 2. That's the technical evaluation report, where we're looking at the methodology and work plan that will amount to 10% or 10 marks, key staff 10 marks, facilities and equipment 10 marks, safety, health and environment 10 marks, and local content 10 marks. That's relevant experience 50 points, 10 for information that you provide relative to that work experience or relevant experience, and 40 specifically looking at certain areas. Now, this is over 100, around 100%.
Yeah.
But you have to make 80% to be able to survive this threshold. Then we go to phase 3. Now, in using that as the yardstick, we get to phase 3, where we look at the head-to-head technical scorecard. We're looking at relevant experience, we're looking at methodology, facilities and equipment, safety, health and environment, we're looking at key staff and local content. On that score, relevant experience, engineers and planners at 48.6%, 26.6 to Heat Goldfields, 9.0 over 10 to methodology, and then 6.2 for Heat Goldfields, 9.8 in terms of facility and equipment, 5.8 for Heat Goldfields, 9.2 safety, health and environment, and then 6.2 for Heat Goldfields. Also key staff, 9.6 for engineers and planners, and 9.2 for Heat Goldfields, 9.2 for local content, and 9.4 for Heat Goldfields. So the success rate for engineers and planners was 95.4%, and then the elimination stage, this was where Heat Goldfields terminated. They had 63.4. They couldn't make the 80% mark. Engineers and planners got 95.4%. So now this is what we know that had been done. Again, they were looking at the financial evaluation. That's phase 3. A mandatory requirement of $500 million had to be put out there. So you had to come and show and demonstrate that you have the financial muscle to be able to do this. Only engineers and planners advanced at this stage, and they were able to get guarantee from Absa Bank and Stanbic Bank to say that, look, we have $505 million that we can help you with to do this mining business. And that's how the final contribution happened. The tabulation was done. Engineers and planners at 93.15. That's the final evaluated score, and they won the bid to run the Daman mines.
Yeah.
Now, so this was, you say this was clearly fair, was not flawed. But we heard the minority earlier, the ranking member, Mr. Princhum, making certain statements in a press conference in Parliament, pointing, accusing fingers, and asking questions. He visited the mines, and his tone changed that, well, we will ensure that we get the best for Ghana, but most importantly, we will be in sync with whatever the ministry decides. Does that come to you as a surprise?
Like I said, I don't like to avert or to speak to or be drawn into issues of the NPP. Today they could say something nice, tomorrow they would go and consult Bami and come up with something else.
Oh, come on.
So not true. Not true. Some people may say something sensible, and then the next minute they say something not so sensible. I mean, I don't want to be drawn into that. It is good for now if he said that, and I would want to see in this studio the spokesperson for Bamia, same. If he says the same thing, as in they would allow for what has come out, that's a transparent bidding process that has been won almost 3 times what Bamia got in the last examination, that's the election, then I would take the MPP seriously. If it says anything different from that, then I think Bamia is speaking through his spokesperson, consistent with the...
See, let me bring you in, Derek, and ask you what your own thoughts are about this Daman mine going to engineers and planners. Years of experience, equipment, ownership, give them the decisive edge, the financial muscle as well. Happy, not happy? What do you think?
Johnny, a very good morning to your viewers and listeners out there. But I may want to understand Prince Derek's obsession with Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Who you speak for?
Why would you at any breath want to slander Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud?
I'm not slandering him.
Because you see,
the minority leader
I
said
take,
you guys take instructions from
Allow
police.
him. He kept quiet for his reason.
Please. Because you see, we all do communication and we all write. And so sometimes your sequence of thoughts says a lot about you. Why would you on one breath say that somebody would say something and go and consult about me and say something else, and then you come to say that somebody will say something sensible and later come and say otherwise? Please, we wouldn't take that.
Okay.
We wouldn't take that.
You are not happy with it?
Yes, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with that.
Okay, Prince, apologize.
I'm not happy with that.
Really allow me to apologize. I sincerely, on my personal behalf and on all the Dereks in this world, apologize to you, Derek. But let's see how you fare.
Okay.
Now that
So Johnny, with the issue of the diamond mines, as a Ghanaian, I'll be happy if our resources or our major players or in our economy are being handled by Ghanaians. But why is it that all of a sudden everything is about engineers and planners? All of a sudden everything's all about engineers and planners.
I don't understand when you say all of a sudden.
Yes, it is true. It is right that since 2002 they've been
2022, that is.
No, I mean since 2002 they've been working.
That's
yes,
right.
that's a right. It is also true that they have the capacity. Nobody's contending that. Nobody is against that. But since when did we know that there is a legal entity concept when it comes to companies? Since when? You see, I've always been talking about these things here. The hypocrisy and the double standardness. It is the problem of our country.
I don't understand you.
Since when did we know that Ibrahim Mahama is a separate person from engineers and planners? Didn't we know this when the matter of Dr. Brian Champon and the Rock City Hotel came up? You come and talk about maybe he was a minister at cabinet and so he may be privy to it. And are you telling me that the president brother didn't know these things?
Are you saying that the president brother sits in cabinet too?
I'm not saying he sits in cabinet.
That's the inference I draw.
That's the inference you draw. Fine, that is your word. But you see, the president's brother, the primus inter pares of government, he is the president brother. The president sits in private jet. Just when we assumed office in 2025, you saw him driving the president around. In the president's car, you saw him driving.
No,
that
your
is
king
he's
sits
not,
in the
not,
president's.
No, but the king is not making
plane.
a national decision for anybody.
Well, the king has said that the diamond mines and, in fact, our local resources should go to a Ghanaian.
I'm not.
Former
Chief
Chief Justice Sophia Kufu says.
Yes, Johnny, I'm not contending that. I'm saying that it is good that at the end of the day, when we have foreigners coming, they come and repatriate all these things away.
Right.
And so, if you have a Ghanaian handling some of these resources, it is good. But I'm saying that since when did we know these things? That Ibrahim Mahama is different from engineers and planners. Since when?
So you want to lump them together?
But how do you separate them? How do you separate them? Are you telling me that Johnny
Ibrahim Mahama doesn't do one business? That's
no, but Johnny, but what we know him so much for is into mining. Johnny, are you telling me that
you know him for Jata Cement, don't you?
But I know him for mining.
You don't know him for Jata Cement.
I know him for mining. Mining is what he has been doing since 1999.
You don't know him for Jata Cement.
But Johnny, I'm suggesting that can we have any tender committee see a document of engineers and planners and commit otherwise to it?
No, but you're not being fair to engineers and planners.
No, but Johnny, I'm saying
you're not being fair to them.
No, Johnny, I'm saying that
the processes.
Johnny,
hold on.
No, but okay, Johnny, hold on. Okay, no, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question.
Hold on. Let me ask my question first.
Ask your question first.
The processes and we took time to do the infographics because some of these comments had come in the last 12-15 hours. So we took the trouble to put together the processes.
And you have done so well.
Exactly. So then you're looking for VAT clearance, you're looking for tax certificate, blah, blah, blah.
All these things are tried.
If
but
they
Johnny,
did not have that,
Johnny, wait.
Why would you still go ahead and give it to them? Yeah.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs procured coastal buses. Just coastal buses. Tender was open for 21 days.
Right.
21 days. A 15 billion Ghana city resource. And tender was open for 7 days. After the deadline on 31st of March, Johnny, they gave themselves 7 days to review these things. Out of that 7 days, we have 2 holidays, 2 weekend days. And so they had just 3 days to look at these things. You request of a company 500 million to 600 million guarantee Who in 7 years, which bank will guarantee that for you? If your company is, if the owner of your company is not the president's brother.
I'm struggling to understand you. I mean, I've been. Have you been to a mine before?
Yes, I've been to a mine
You've
before.
Been to a mine
Yes,
before?
I've been to a mine
Do you know
before.
how much a dump truck costs? $3 million.
But Johnny,
if you want to come and you see, I don't know how to put this, but if you are in business, every day your tax is just like being a driver. Every day your driver's licenses have to be updated. Every day,
Johnny,
you don't have to wait for police to stop you before you remember that
but
your
Johnny,
driver's license has expired.
Johnny, I'm saying that as part of the requirements for the company to win the Dama mines, you need to provide a financial guarantee of 500 million.
That's right.
500 million in 1 week. 500 million in 1 week.
If you didn't have the money, why did you bid?
No, but you needed a guarantee from your bankers.
But my brother, hold on, my brother.
Are you asking how long it take for a bank to guarantee $500 million?
My brother, Derek.
What are you talking about?
Derek, you and I know, and we all know in this country, that this Damine conversation did not start today. In fact, Ibrahim Mahama started making advances at Damine in 2022, right? And well, I don't want to bring MPP and DC Baumia, but in 2022, Ibrahim Mahama had given indication. All the other companies who had also bid along with him and with engineers and planners had also expressed interest. Now, a contract extension was given, and we knew that the contract will expire sometime in April this month. I think 18/7.
It was the end of March.
End of March, and then extended for some time so we knew right from the get-go, if you have an interest in a lady and you want to marry the lady, and the parents have summoned you to appear with your family members, do you go with your 10 fingers or do you go with the items that are on the list that will enable you to marry the lady?
No, but how do you determine if the tender committee will request a 500?
No, I've asked you a question, a home science question.
No, you wouldn't go with your 10 fingers.
What would you go with?
You go with things that the family is requesting.
So if you're going to bid for an important thing like this,
but
do you go without your tax clearance?
No, but the Goldfields,
your VAT,
the Goldfields
your
company,
slate?
they cleared all those portions. They cleared all those areas. They were thick green. I mean, you can project it. They hit Goldfields. They cleared all these portions.
Right.
His tax clearance, VAT, and all of that. But
So it's not about Mariupol. Okay. So now let's move to the next slide.
Let's look at the next slide.
Great. Because quickly. So they were looking at methodology and work plan,
key staff, facility.
Right.
But
and you're supposed to get 80%. Now let's go to the next slide. Look at the last portion. Local content, for example. Engineers and planners got 9.2. Heat Goldfields got 9.4. There's no issue. They did better than engineers and planners, right? Now, aside that, all the others, engineers and planners did better than them. In fact, they got 9 in all of that. And this is a crack team. Unless you want me to believe that the team that did the evaluation were afraid of Mr. Ibrahim Mahama.
But Johnny, I am suggesting to us that when engineers and planners wanted to secure the $100 million facility to acquire the black voter,
right?
Why was it only possible when the current finance minister became the chairman of the bank? How was it only possible at that time? And so I don't have a problem with Ghanaian-owned companies managing our resources. I don't have that problem. But why is that all of a sudden, when John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, became president, everything is about engineers and planners? Why?
But engineers and planners have been operating even before the days of President.
But they couldn't acquire the black voter. They did so only when his brother became a president. So why? We are only asking questions. So why? I'm not saying it is wrong. But since when did we know and appreciate that companies are different from their owners? Since when did we appreciate that?
Oh, but we have always known that in this country.
We haven't known that in this country.
Haven't?
If we did, we wouldn't have changed Dr. Brian Chapel out of the Slits Hotel purchase.
But that was a clear conflict of interest.
How?
It was a clear
but we sit here and talk about the fact that even Dr. Brian Champon, who we say owns the Rock City Hotels, on paper is not a CEO. We know, just like Ken Oforiatta founded Data Bank and then he resigned along the line.
That name, don't bring it in a conversation. I beg you.
Please.
Ken Oforiatta, leave him.
Please.
Allow the man.
Ken Oforiatta and Data Bank had been transacting deals with government even before his brother became a president. His cousin became a president. He had resigned before he became a finance minister. But when the MPP
on grounds of ill health.
When MPP was in government and then they were still transacting with Data Bank, what didn't the NDC say? What didn't they say? Since when did we know that owners of companies are different from the companies?
So it's payback time. It's not about the Ghanaian interest.
It's not about payback. It's all about we being principled in this country. We can't appropriate and reprobate. We can't be hypocritical. So how do we develop? How do we grow?
So you would rather want it to be given to Heat Goldfields?
But they meet most of the areas. No, but you see, Johnny, you ask of a company to provide a financial guarantee of $500 million in 7 days. In 7 days.
I struggle to understand that point.
There's a record that they couldn't secure a facility, 100 million, about 3 years ago, but became possible when his brother became president. And Atufuasin, the finance minister, became the chairman of the bank. That is established. That is a fact.
Which bank is that?
I'll get the name and confirm for you. So I think the Commonwealth or the West African Bank. The finance minister chairs it. That is why he secured a 100 million facility.
You think that he didn't have the wherewithal to be able to get that facility?
But he had tried previous years and he couldn't. Why was it only so when Atufuasin became the chairman? Why was it only so?
Evidence that he had tried earlier. You can't make sweeping statements. What is your evidence?
I will prove all of that.
Then don't make it till you have it.
I'll prove all of that. Relax. I will show you the news items and all of that. But you see, I'm only suggesting to us that for a company to provide a financial guarantee of $500 million in 1 week, and you are looking for this in competition against the president's brother, it begs a lot of questions.
Do you know that mining is not a cheap business?
I know it's not a cheap business.
I saw one excavator in a mine site at a mine site that cost $8 million. One dump truck cost $3 million.
But the 500 million is not you providing your money. It is a financial guarantee.
But the banks must be able to say that, oh, we have worked with you, we trust you. We know that if we give you the money, we'll get return on investment.
Which single bank in Ghana here can syndicate 500 million for you?
So that's why ABSA and Stanbic came together to do that.
Yes, they did it for the president's brother.
But he's been dealing with ABSA and Stanbic.
They did it for the president, but we can't take that fact from the conversation.
No,
please.
I take back my apology. At this point, I take back my apology.
Derek, do you know that Mr. Ibrahim Mahama and engineers and planners have been working outside Ghana, and these same banks have been supporting them?
Yes, I know.
So why is it suddenly that when it's Ghana?
Why couldn't you secure a 100 million facility?
When it's in Ghana, you have not proven that.
I'll prove that to you, don't worry.
No, you have to prove. You have said that 3 times.
Yes,
already.
I'll prove that to you. Don't worry.
So I'll leave you to find the document so you can prove it. Ako, step in for me. So it's now in Ghanaian hands, engineers and planners, but Derek is clearly not happy about it.
Can you qualify as Derek?
No, he is Derek, not Prince Derek.
No, but I'm getting calls.
No,
Johnnie,
nobody's calling you.
A very good morning to you and to our cherished listeners.
Nobody's calling
you. I am surprised Derek of the MPP is going this way, because what I believe in is that if in the last 3 years companies are really established to make progress, and so if in the last 3 years you are not able to raise a guarantee of a certain amount, in 3 years I don't think Ibrahim Mahama folded his arms and sat in his office or slept on his bed. He was still working around things. If he's able to win contracts outside Ghana and is able to win contracts here in Ghana through an open, competitive tendering. I mean, this is one of the transparent processes I've seen so far. Right. Because I knew. Oh, why must you be surprised? Am I not a Ghanaian? And I'm also looking out for local content.
In fact, local content was one of the considerations, the key considerations, and I can't stop reiterating what His Royal Majesty Otto 432 said. I cannot help but reiterate what Her Ladyship, the former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu, said, that it has to be with the local people. And for far too long, people have been digging our gold, giving us pittance, and walking away with a big buck.
But accurate that it must also be transparent. And this, I have seen more transparency in this. If we had done this same process in the previous administration, when Akwanta Mining entered our forest reserves, wouldn't have been where we are.
Akwanta Mining was in a forest reserve?
Wouldn't to me. Wasn't not in the forest reserve. Why? We didn't see enter. And what did the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources say about that? What did he say? As we speak, let me even commend him. Honorable Abujina, former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He issued a letter of no objection to Ibrahim, to EMP, in 2023 under the MPP. So what are you talking about? It means that he was also in for local content. He was in to ensure that local businesses thrive.
There was a letter of no objection for the interest of
EMP
in the
Daman mines
by Minister for Lands and Natural
exactly
at the time.
And it was a cabinet decision chaired by Akufo-Addo, in which meeting Bawumia was present.
So what is Derek trying to say? So for me, in fact, what I'm looking at is that we are able to look at how transparent the process would be, which I think we have seen that. My bit was to ensure that Ghana as a country is able to empower our local mining firms and then create opportunities that abound, so that we can create the jobs that the people need, the job that the people require, also support our economy and all that. But the threshold and the path the MPP is taking, I don't think would augur well for all of us as Ghanaians.
Well, go ahead.
We should ensure that we empower our local companies to be able to, meet all standard requirements. Look, we are talking about financial requirements. If two companies or banks are able to come together and raise that requirement, that's 500 million for EMP, I don't think it's a bad thing. The reason is EMP have proven that indeed they can do it. No bank in Ghana would give a guarantee to any company that does not meet their own requirements. And I believe that Ibrahim Mama has done this.
Great.
Of course, in considering a company to own the diamond mines, you need to look at certain things, including their commitment and their support to even local development. Over these years, tell me which of Akufo-Addo's brothers have done what Ibrahim Mama is doing.
Oh, has it got into that?
The daughters too.
Has it got into that?
It will get there.
Has it got
into that? It will get there. Tell me any of Akufo-Addo's brothers who have done what Ibrahim Mahama has done.
But has it got into that?
When it comes to committing to developing Ghana and supporting individuals in Ghana, why was it not under MPP that EMP won a contract to desilt the Ullo River? Wasn't under MPP. So what are we talking about? Let's not be doing some of these things. Let's be focused and ensure that companies that bidded for this contract, we're taken through due process. Transparently, we've seen that EMP emerged victorious and he's won the contract. Let's give him the necessary support.
Okay, I hear you.
And move forward.
Now, it's some 9 minutes after 9, Ebo. I'm looking at page 2 of the News Center newspaper. It says, Goldfields endorsement strengthens EMP's case. EMP selection was further reinforced by an earlier endorsement from Goldfields Ghana Limited. In November 11, 2025 letter to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Goldfields described EMP as highly experienced and intimately familiar with Daman's operating environment. Signed by Elliot Chum and copied to Isaac Tando and Mike Fraser, the letter provided a roadmap for a smooth transition and emphasized that EMP, as the incumbent contractor, had the technical depth and institutional knowledge required to maintain uninterrupted operations, whether the mine was handed over to a new owner or taken over by the government. We'll be speaking to the Mineral Commission in a bit, but you tell me, Ebo, how does all of this sound to you? How does it play out to you? Tell me.
Sir, Ufie Pate, or your own nama, Ibika. To wait.
The vulture in your house.
If it is your family vulture that eats your meat, at least some of it remains within the family.
I don't understand this one.
Yes. You see,
this morning you are talking.
You've had a situation where white foreigners have taken over the commanding height of our sectors, our sensitive economic sectors. We don't seem to have problem with that. But if you have a situation where a Ghanaian has got the financial capacity, the technical capacity, and also in terms of experience to take over Ghanaian or Ghana's resources, we seem to have problem with that. He is on here witchcrafter. What else can be described as witchcraft?
Derek is asking why all of a sudden
let me tell you.
Allow me.
Let me tell you.
No, you said Derek.
Oh, no.
I said Derek, not Prince Derek.
Prince Derek, let me.
Go ahead.
You see, let me tell you. When people talk about hypocrisy, sometimes I don't know whether they understand hypocrisy. We're in this country. Ex-convict, UK ex-convict, who had robbed a post office bullion van, came to Ghana with one suitcase. Overnight, he became a millionaire. They were worshipping him in their party.
Who was that?
You're asking me who is that? You can ask Derek.
I don't know.
You can ask MPP Derek.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yes, you will get to know. They were worshipping him in their party. Because his cousin became president, he became millionaire overnight. You didn't see anything wrong with that. Somebody who has worked so hard, not only in Ghana, in Africa. Ibrahim, countries are intentionally and consciously developing billionaires. You have someone like Ibrahim, hard-working man like him, who is doing so well for his country, who qualifies to have such resource to manage. You seem to have problem with that. What kind of people are we?
Is it all of a sudden his name has popped up, EMP has popped up,
no,
and he's getting everything?
All of a sudden.
No, EMP.
That's what Derek said.
Yes, EMP has been in the system, and EMP is working not only in Ghana, other part of Africa.
That's
Africa,
correct.
yes.
The
And-
copper mines in
Yes,
Zimbabwe, etc.
and you have a problem. People who could not buy car ties and rent a room became millionaires overnight in this country. And Akufo-Addo Bawumia.
Who are these people you are talking about? I don't like it when you make such statements, innuendos, and
See their ministers. See those who became ministers. Go and see the kind of burdens the kind of burdens they built and the kind of cars they made, and ask yourself whether their salaries, even 50 years salaries untouched, could be able to make those houses.
They could be gifts too.
You see, so don't talk about hypocrisy here. Derek, Derek MPP. Derek, don't talk about hypocrisy here. We are talking about serious thing here. That's why I said, when a foreigner is managing it, you don't seem to have a problem. In fact, let me tell you this. I would be glad that we could have more of his kind, Ibrahim's kind in Ghana, to take over major, if like, resources.
The committee says that, look, in terms of technical experience, on-site experience, equipment ownership, the financial backing, they are the most qualified. Derek Ejekum thinks that this is favoritism, if you will.
And do you know what shocks me?
No, I don't.
In fact, let me tell you this. If you put on scale, Ibrahim should be seen as more MPP than even NDC.
That's true.
I don't understand.
The mother used to be voter regional woman organizer for MPP.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yes.
Ibrahim is closer to President Kufuor than even his brother.
Let me tell you this. Ibrahim, Nana Akufo-Addo, when he was before he became president, go and ask whether Ibrahim was not paying his medical bills.
Oh, but you don't have to say
I
that.
don't have to say what. No, I don't have to say what. No, why do you attack the man as though he's doing something wrong?
But that's a private matter.
No, it's not about private matter. Ask them. Even the MPs, those who go to him, they are people who go to him, and he supports people. What? Oh no! Just ask yours. Just look at what the man does. Oh, somebody is losing his eyes. Some heart conditions. Ibrahim will intervene. How many Ghanaians? How many Ghanaians? Do you think if you have about 20 of his kind in this country, hard-working, very philanthropic, someone who can work hard, make money to support the society? That is the kind of people we need in this country. Not people who don't work hard. They become ministers overnight. They become millionaires. When they get the money too, they don't even share. They don't even share. They go ask the Japan will put it. He said these people are looting Ghana as if there were no tomorrow. And even after they have looted, they don't keep the money in Ghana. They invest abroad.
And they run and go and hide.
We'll look at the forward march after this conversation with the acting director of legal affairs, the Minerals Commission, and a member secretary to the tender committee. Good morning, sir. Mr. Joseph Kofi Roko. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Why did you decide to give the Dama mine to the president's brother and his company, EMP?
Well, we have not decided to give the mine to the company. We have simply recommended, based on clear guidelines provided for the conduct of a tender process, to recommend the award of the money list to EMP. It is very important to, from the onset, clarify that the mine has not been given to EMP. Whether it is through a bidding process or whether you apply and get the mineral rights, the first thing is that the commission must go through the process to see whether you have complied the requirements of the law. So in this particular one, we use the bidding process. And by the way, this is the first time that a minister of state has ever deployed the tender process provided for in our law since the law was passed in 2012. So it counts for some. This is the first time that this process has been used. So what the company has done was, based on the notice filed by the minister for the conduct of the process, that this is the company that came out with the best evaluated bid and therefore recommendation. We had a recommendation speech, recommend to the minister for the award of the contract. Now, so after recommendation, the minister must approve the recommendation, which he has done. So when that is done, the law requires the Minerals Commission to write to the winning tenderer and informally inform them of the approval of the award that they be considered for the money list. So at that stage, the law also requires them to accept in writing the recommendation. If you don't do so, the offer will lapse automatically for the strict requirements of the law. So that will be done. And when that is done, then it kickstarts another stage in the grant or the granting process. So when we are received, or after the committee has formally informed the winning tenderer and they have also offered to ask for an acceptance, then the commission will require to now gazette this. And when you gazette, you are now informing the whole world that the minister is on the verge of awarding. So you're moving from recommendation to award. On the verge of awarding the money to this company. And if you look at section 13 of the Minerals and Mining Act, at 703 and regulation, I think 177 of LI 217, it prescribes the processes to be gone through. So there is gazette, then this notice of the gazette is required to be sent to several institutions. So there is assembly where the mineral right is located, the relevant national authority, anybody will be affected by the interest in the mineral right, they will be required to post a copy of the notice on the land. That is the subject of the mineral right. And we have also included publication in the electronic media as part of our requirement tool, so we can reach as bigger an audience as is possible. Now, when these are done, they are supposed to be valid for 21 days. And why is this the case? Because at that point, if you have any issues with the grant, whether maybe you farm on the land and you think your interest will be affected, or whether the authorities know that there is something to bring, they need to bring to the attention of the minister, you have 21 days within which you must do so and submit your concerns to the Mineral Commission. So after 21 days, the Mineral Commission, if it receives any objection or any notice from any interested person, will now add that as part of the information it will submit to the minister. Say, so, Minister, based on your recommendation, based on the assessment by the company, we have done the gazette notification. It's been there for 21 days. This is the result. During the period, there was no objection, or during the period, there was an objection. Then you add it to the recommendation to the minister. It is at that point the minister will determine whether he needs to now authorize the grant of the money list proper. Okay? So that's where the money is granted. When it is granted, then the company and the state sign the money list then it is stamped and registered, and it is distributed to certain key stakeholders that are provided for in the law. So what we have witnessed is just the recommendation state that the minister has agreed, and the next stage of gazette notification and publication that will last for 21 days will kick in. It's only after that period that the Ministerial Commission has 30 days within which the report.
So Mr. Roko, can anything change?
If I may just say, the minister might now after that period run the list.
Can anything change within this period and when the gazette and etc. will be done? Can it change?
Come again.
Can anything change? Can a U-turn be done so then the Dama mine doesn't go to engineers and planners anymore? If
U-turn in terms of what? Maybe you should give me an example.
Well, so the assumption by the general public now is that the Daman mines is now firmly in the hands of engineers and planners. Now the question is, before the gazetting is done, you say this is just a recommendation for approval, if you will. If anything changes along the line, or if at any point you find that some things that may have been submitted by engineers and planners did not tick the boxes, can anything change?
Well, it is a country of laws. The laws have been stated clearly. Things, if they should change, must change in accordance with the law. We cannot just get up and change things. The things should be changed based on the law. And I must add that the recommendation for the Bureau's Commission has been accepted by the minister. So the Commission must now write to the winning tenderer, informing them of the minister's approval, and they will be required to assess the recommendation for the next stage to start. So the process will be clear for in the law. At this stage, I don't know how they change the outcome.
Now, the other question that comes to mind is whether or not you spent adequate time in trying to vet the documents and to be sure in your mind that the marks that we saw being assigned to EMP and then hit Goldfields is something that we can really trust. Mr. Derek Ejekum, for example, in the studio, or an MPP National Communications Team member, says that you spent only 3 days in trying to do the full assessment, and to compound it, you asked the applicants to bring in a guarantee of $500 million, and he says he doesn't think that any bank within 3 days could have done that for anybody, and that you did that to give EMP an advantage. What do you say to that?
With the greatest respect, whoever said that, I think the person is misinformed. I mean, the greatest respect, because okay, so again, I will speak to the law as we have it. I cannot be speculative. I don't have that right to be speculative. I can only speak to the party as per the law.
Right.
The guidelines that we use are provided for in airline 2176. The minister by that airline is empowered to publish a guideline, and that guideline was published on the website, the Bureau's Commission and the ministry. It as required by section 2584 of airline 2176 contains everything the law says must be contained to conduct the process. So that was done. So it was open to everybody. Now the issue of 3 days, that is not true. As a matter of fact, the committee will wait towards the Easter break. As at Saturday, 11 p.m., we're still meeting to conclude our report. So it cannot be the case that people just sat down and contrive a story just to prepare one person. The committee was motivated not by the last name of anybody, but by the requirements of the airline and the guidelines provided for by the minister. And the issue of 3 days, I don't know whether there's a standard time for considering money special procurement. Because like I said, the guidelines have been provided for in terms of what you must look at. And we look at that. So we should find a better reason to decide, if you like, our matter than looking at the short period. it is not about the quantity of time, it's about the quality of time spent. And by the way, in the law provides for those who must form the tender committee. Now, so he says that 3 persons for the Brewers Commission, one of whom shall be the chairman and the secretary. That's how the secretary. There was one gentleman for the Brewers Taxes Department, a very important person for our commission if you are well versed in the mining sector. And we have the rep from EPA. And it was the person of the CEO herself, Professor Nana Background teacher. You should check on her background. Then a rep for the GGSA, the Ghana Geographical Authority. And it was the Director General himself, Akaba, who is a lecturer in KUSC. You should check his background. He has experienced students in that field, the mining sector. Now, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Masoya Ullo, is an engineer himself and the CEO of the Brewers Commission. Then, humbly, I've been working in the Brewers Commission.
Right.
I've been involved in these matters for a while now. I've been going to mass law, international mineral law and policy, obtained from University of Gandhi. Then we appointed 2 other members, Mr. Kopi Akwenu, who was for a long time, he spent his entire working life at the Brewers Commission.
Right.
He did his service there and retired there. He's a geologist. He rose to become director of city planning for the Brewers Commission. And then he went on to read law. He currently serves as the advisor to the minister. Then we brought in a key state attorney, Miss Leona Sewa Johnson Abata. She is the one who is in charge of the AG team that represents the Ministry on Natural Resources Matters. So it cannot be said that we just sat down with all this expertise, said that we will not have a mind of our own. It's unfair to think that this was something that was done to favor somebody. In any case, as I've mentioned,
was the 500 council?
Can I finish?
Council, you would have to. We don't have too much time. So, was the $500 million financial threshold that you put there? Was it not too high-handed? That's what I'm asking.
Again, respectfully, the mine that has been taken over has been run by Goldfields Limited. Goldfields is one of the largest mining companies in the world. Don't talk about the first and leading gold mining companies. Goldfields is part of them. So when they are giving away their assets, anybody who must take over from them must have some metal. You agree with me? It's like if you are looking for a senior position,
right,
and you put that advert, you usually require that the person must have some minimum experience and expertise. So going back to that mine, it is not a small-scale mining sector. It's a big mining that needs the kind of comparable replacement that that goes to give us. Now, the issue of the amount, again, I will let everybody go back to the guidelines. And they think that the guidelines is a public document. It says provide evidence of access, and putting the word, provide evidence of access to funding between 500 million and 300 million. Provide evidence. And again, if you are an observant of the money sector, anybody who is concerned with the money sector will realize that even when you are applying for a mineral right through the normal means, one of the key requirements that you must show available financial resource. So it's evidence that you can raise that amount of money to sustain the operation. So let's get it very clear. That is a requirement. Show evidence of access to funding. And like I say, we require that of any other person anytime they apply to for mineral right. So usually will come with a letter of their bank that we can support the operation in the amount.
All right.
What is all that the only central thing? It is not saying that have that amount of money in your account. It's impossible. You can't do that. It's not done like that. So you must not very confident with the money sector and not without general comments to make our argument. You must know what happens in the system as far as the sector is concerned. This is what I can say.
Now, finally, before I let you go, the News Center newspaper says that The Damai mine has gone to the EMP. You've explained that we'll have to wait for the gazetting and approval and all of that.
No. I'm trying to explain the position. There has been a recommendation that there might be awarded to EMP. Very important.
You have stated that. Now they say the years of on-site experience and equipment ownership gave EMP that decisive edge. Finally, what do you say about it? Is that what it is? Was that what gave EMP the edge? Years of on-site experience, equipment ownership.
So again, I would advise you to go back to the tender notice established by the minister. It is stated in there what the requirements are, and it is up to a maximum of 100. And I've mentioned that the mine is no means an asset when it comes to mining. So whoever will come and replace the person must have some experience. So in that notice that Mr. published, marks were awarded to various requirements. The biggest requirement, as you imagine, went to experience in a similar operation. I've mentioned that you cannot be a driver of a Class D license and then you apply to be driver of a vehicle that requires Class C license. Okay? If you are replacing somebody, you must have, at the minimum, a similar experience or some additional experience. So when you take over, you don't go and do try and error there. You are going there to run and mine that is as serious and as important to the country as the diamond mine. So all the requirements were in the law. And I mentioned, and I must add that these groups and engineering planners go to the technical evaluation stage. But at that point, that the mine obviously had competitive or professional advantage over EMP.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
They couldn't cross the 80% mark.
Great. I'm grateful. Joseph Kofi Roko is the Acting Director of Legal Minerals Commission, is also the Secretary of the Tender Committee that was set up. We're grateful that you spent your morning with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
Great. So, Mr. Jikum, there you have it. Your answer. It says, well...
And apologies in order, I guess.
I'll come to you. I just...
No, I had not finished when the call came in.
Apologies. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the point is that, you see, this argument that the president has given the Damai mine to the brother because he's been using the brother's aircraft. I mean, it sounds so funny. Let me tell you, Dr. Baomia's brother, Abraham Baomia,
he's also Ibrahim.
Yes.
No, he's Abraham.
It's the same thing.
He's a Christian.
It's the same thing. Abraham, the same thing.
So, was given 2 cocoa roads contracts in Central Region.
Sunrise on 3
According to Auditor General's report, not according to hearsay, the 2 contracts totaled 83.7 million. According to Auditor General, the contract was inflated 3 times the price. In other words, the contract should have been 27.9 million, but it was given to him at 83.7 million, according to Auditor General's report. What did he do for his brother before he was given that contract?
You and I were not there.
Yes. So that argument that because he's been using, do you think if the president really wants to help his brother, it will help him because of the jet? I mean, that argument is mundane. The point is that we had a situation in this country where people looted and took the money outside the country to do investments. Another situation is that Ghanaian...
I don't like these people...
Ken Oforiatta and others who have to come back. Those are the people.
No, but you don't have... The matter is before the court. It's not been pronounced guilty. Why are you rushing, jumping the gun, Prince Derek Eche?
I suppose you've heard something. You've heard something about the Guyana investment and all that. Offshore Guyana investment. The monies were taken from Ghana to Guyana for investment. Someone, a Ghanaian, has gone for loan to invest in the country. In the country, he has gone for loan, some of them even from outside, to invest in the country. People who looted and ran away and invested in Guyana are complaining. What kind of country is this?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jekum. So the questions that you asked, I put them to the secretary to the tender committee, and he said that the guidelines were clear. So even before you start, it's just like an exam paper. You read the instructions before you start answering. And he was clear indeed, was he not?
No, but Johnny, let's set certain records straight. I have never sat here and said that I have a problem with Ghanaian companies handling businesses in Ghana.
No, that was not the question I asked.
No, yes, but let me before that, let me respond.
But do you have a problem with a Ghanaian who want a contract?
Ebo, please.
Ibrahim is a Ghanaian.
Ebo, please. When you were speaking, I could have.
No, so I've asked you a specific question.
Yes, I would answer that.
You would have to respond to
yes,
my,
I'll
don't have too much time.
Yes,
We have to
I'll
switch the
respond to
topic.
it. I'll respond to it. But you see,
I'm
sometimes
giving you a special dispensation because you raised. Hold on, Prince Derek. I'm giving you a special dispensation because you raised questions and I factored those questions into the question to the head of legal.
My argument has been that a Ghanaian company is running businesses in Ghana. I don't have a problem with it. Today, we know there is something called legal entity concept. These were my concerns. And I'm saying that the man admits that Dama Mines is not a resource that we should joke with. And so if Goldfields is leaving and then somebody else is taking over, it should be a company of capacity. I don't have any contention with the capacity of EMP, but I'm only asking questions.
In fact, Goldfields wrote a letter in November 2025 to give EMP their flowers and say that they have the capacity.
No problem.
But you had a specific question
and
about
I'm saying
the
that,
money.
But Johnny,
about the money. Hold on.
But Johnny, wait. Let me answer your questions, Johnny.
Okay.
You open
because
tender.
You're not answering. You've made three attempts, but you have not answered my question.
No, you open tender for Dama Mines in 7 days, and you are requesting for 500 million as guarantee that your bank should be able to guarantee for you. But Johnny, you and I, all of us on this panel can't sit here. A boy is a businessman, Prince is a businessman. We can't sit here and say that.
Did you hear the man talk
EMP
about?
was able to do that.
Hold on. Did you hear the man talk about guidelines that were set up before the tender was put out?
You read the guidelines on the Ministry Minerals Commission.
That's right.
But that's what I'm saying that.
So if you want to be spelling, I meant
but you see, yesterday I was having a conversation. An offline conversation. I was telling somebody that is why you think I'm like a bull who come and put private matters on there.
But what private matters? It's already out there. Are you talking about Ibrahim paying and those medical bills?
This is out there.
It's out there already.
I don't know about that. I cannot endorse that.
This is the first time I'm hearing it. But you see,
you can go and ask him.
You should go and ask Nana.
I'll go and announce that Ibrahim Amma was.
But you will have a private conversation with Bamia on what can I say on the set. Say it. You're speaking for Bamia.
Derek, would you stop this Bamia?
So you continue. You apologize and continue.
So you put a guideline on the Minerals Commission website that you must have a financial guarantee of $500 million before you can have the Dama Mines as part of the requirements. And I'm only asking that. We've read documents on how companies submit tenders for mining concessions. We've read how long it takes for some of these processes to continue. But you tell me that Dama Mine 15 billion Ghana cedi, and in 7 days you must have all the documents or all the requirements that they have put out there, and then in 1 week they sit to review all these documents. You and I will appreciate that. You can't just put to paper a proper proposal on such a project in just 7 days.
No. If you don't know 1 plus 1, it will take you forever. If you know 1 plus 1 is 2.
Allow. Go ahead. But Ejekum, to be fair, you have companies that have always expressed interest. They didn't start expressing interest 7 days or 8 days ago, or 2 weeks ago. They started expressing interest since 2022, when Ibrahim Mahama had first showed interest. Are you telling me that they didn't have proposals ready and dummy ready that they could have tweaked with the changing fortunes of time? They had to wait until the tender date was open for them to go and get tax clearance, VAT clearance, SNIT clearance. Is that what you are saying?
But all these documents,
is that the understanding I'm getting from you?
All these documents that we even list here, they have an expiry of a month. All these documents, they have an expiry of a month. And so, what if at the time that they were requesting, they had their documents?
No, now you are
expired?
doing conjecture.
But we are all conjecturing.
No,
what
we are
is
not
the fact that you have put across? No, but John, I'm only asking.
There's a reason I asked that the production calls the secretary to the tender committee, who's also the acting head of legal affairs of the Minerals Commission. And you know, lawyers don't talk by heart. So I specifically asked for the secretary who holds the secretary who holds the document, and the secretary who was actually running the show for the chairman or with the chairman. So he will have a depth of information. That's why I asked that he specifically be called. I could have called any other member of the committee, but I said no. Call the secretary.
Yes.
And his answers were very clear.
Concise.
You have not
Johnny,
you have not distinguished
Johnny,
yourself.
No, Johnny, I'm saying that. Johnny, I'm saying that EMP is a Ghanaian-owned company. And so if the diamond mine is not going to a foreigner and it's in Ghana here and it's tried.
We have gone beyond that.
Yes,
and you had questions about the financial
yes, and
thing
I'm also
and the tax
saying that. I'm
clearance
also saying that you put certain requirements out there for a company to meet before they qualify.
Based on an LI?
Based on an LI. But the LI code 500 to 600.
Do you know Parliament even gave a
LI
1 year extension? Which period?
Did the LI quote 500 to 600 million? Did the LI quote that?
Oh, really?
The LI didn't quote that. But I'm only saying that
what
figure do you think is fair?
Hold on, Eric, Prince Eric. If the LI had quoted 6 million 20 years ago, will 6 million 20 years ago be the same 6 million now? Time value of money.
But time value of money, John. If
the LI says you must have the financial wherewithal,
and that is the 600 million.
Well, in terms of what is Goldfields operating with? You are taking over a mine that is being run by Goldfields.
Yeah. You see,
is Goldfields running it with $200 million?
My concentration is not just about the quotation, but about the duration. It's not just about the 600 million or the 500 million.
He debunked that. He debunked that. He said you are speaking from a point of ignorance.
No, what did he debunk? Did he debunk the 70s?
He said you are speaking from a point of ignorance.
Did he debunk the 70s?
Yes, he did.
He didn't.
He did.
He didn't.
And even
no,
more.
he
It's
didn't.
on record.
He didn't.
Ask
Ask
Asefwa that the Parliament not give a 1 year extension of this arrangement. And so for 1 year, Asefwa knows. Listen, you've been chatting with him the whole time. He knows that every company. I've been watching his phone.
Private things.
He was doing TikTok. He was watching people eating eggs. Am I lying?
The Parliament gave a 1 year extension to Goldfields. Johnny, in the process of handing over the diamond mines to a Ghanaian-owned company. Let's go back and look at when it was posted even on the Minerals Commission website. I am only suggesting that the 7 days ultimatum was too short a time.
Has any law been broken?
No, it's not about breaking the law. The people who went in for the tender.
Oh, now the conversation is about breaking laws. The Dr. Brian Champion break any law in acquiring the city.
Yes, he did.
Which law did he break?
Do you know?
What is the conflict of interest in this conversation?
Do you know that
Don't bring that conversation into the matter.
Do you know that the Labadi Beach Hotel and the La Palm are part of the acquisition? How do you break even those from the original acquisition and try to buy it? Please don't go there. Don't go on my land. So don't go there. Don't go there. Let's stick to this.
Was he the manager of Senate?
When you guys were
the Minister of Finance?
When you talked about quantum of money and the processes follow through this, when you people were busily giving our lands accountment out for 7,000 cities and so on, did you go through these processes? Don't even go there. Don't go there.
John 1010A MPP politicians who came to steal, kill, and destroy. You people still have mouths.
What is John 10?
I'm saying these John 1010A MPP politicians who came to steal, kill, and destroy still have the mouth to speak in this country.
It's the devil, not MPP. It's the devil.
John 1010A belongs to MPP.
We need our money to buy buses so that we can have transport fares down.
So
not
gentlemen,
this kind of thing.
Gentlemen, we have to move on. I think that it's clear now. A recommendation for approval has been done in favor of engineers and planners. So we will wait for when the period is near, and then we will see how we'll progress about this. But again, the VIP have shot up their transport fares. Government has stepped in. In fact, they asked that everybody hasten slowly after the cabinet meeting. VIP went ahead to increase their fares. As of yesterday, I read that here.
No, but
on the show.
Someone came from Kumasi to Accra today, and the person paid the old fare.
They said 7 a.m. today. When did the person leave?
I think the person got here around 5.
So that was
yesterday's fare.
In fact, I saw Adakabre, my very good friend Adakabre,
okay.
threatening
Mamudu.
Ghanaians. Yes, threatening Ghanaians that he was going to increase the fares today at 7 a.m.
When you say threaten, what do you mean?
It's a threat.
Oh,
look,
he was informing Ghanaians.
Look, you see, what was the basis for his information? That oil prices have gone up. That there's a war in Iran. Is that his issue?
Yes, Iran, Egypt, and the US are fighting.
No, Egypt is not part of it. Israel,
Iran, and US. Sorry,
yes.
forgive me.
Now, so what has the president done about it? In fact, the MPP have been going around. Bawumia, after taking office, has led the MPP to go around cocoa farmers, to go around to the jeep.
Did you see Dr. Bawumia in any cocoa farm?
Why
are you so obsessed?
He said miracles. Miracles was there for months. I'm sure you were part of the team that went. I'm sure he was part of the team that went. They went with a crack team of young men. That's what. No. Miracles himself said they went with a crack team of young men. You are a young man in the MPP. You speak for Bawumia. I want to believe that you are smart. So you must have been part of the team, unless they don't consider you as smart. But however, be that as it may, they went with some people, stayed in the farms, combed for MPP activists, and gave them speaking notes to come and speak as though cocoa farmers were alarmed. Only for them to realize that indeed in neighboring Cote d'Ivoire, we were even doing better. They were selling to the people. In fact, assuming it was shortchanging, they were being shortchanged even worse in Cote d'Ivoire. Whereas these were making an argument for Cote d'Ivoire being their basis. That is gone. Then they went to Clocksack, tried to engineer all workers to go on strike, which they did, even against the face of the odds, and also a very, very flimsy excuse that was being given about a contract that Ken Ofuriatta and Bawumia made them sign twice, which contract wasn't done by this administration. Yet, even though the administration was saying we are going to look into it, they went on strike to make sure that people suffered. Then, in the time that they were on demonstration, it came out also at the Public Accounts Committee that a lot of their people had been in cahoots with the MPP people to cheat Ghana and to steal and loot. That's the Clocksack people. And then my friend,
you are derailed from the question.
The Kajekun came to the studio and blamed the Clocksack people who they have put them up to.
It is not important to me.
Let me come in.
So now to the transport.
Because you wasted our time. Don't do that.
I just wanted Ghanaians to
Ms. Ako, you have the microphone.
Yes, so
your microphone is off, Prince Derek. Your microphone. Go ahead.
I think that business owners are not really treating Ghanaians fair. The fact that government does not have control over their prices of products does not also warrant them to be increasing products anyhow and at any time. We know very well that when petroleum products goes up, it automatically affects some sectors of the economy, including prices of goods. But at this point, we do not see any high increment. Of course, when prices of petroleum shot down to a single digit, we saw a very slow energy in the front of the transport owners to reduce petroleum transport fares. Unfortunately, we are only hearing of a possible increase. And all of a sudden, everybody wants to increase their prices anyhow. I think it's not fair. If you look at how much they want to sell even a pure water of bag, a bag of pure water,
a sachet water.
You ask, what has caused the change? They say the polymer. When our inflation is down, meaning that the rate at which prices would increase have slowed down. And also, if you look at the cedi and then the dollar, at least the cedi is doing well. That's appreciated. So, what then is the justification for the increment that they are calling for? Quite recently, we had PURC talking about reducing utility, tariffs, and this reduction came before they announced the increment of their bags of water. I mean, it is not fair.
Okay.
So please, I think institutions that are made to take care of them or engage them should be able to do that proper engagement.
Great.
So that the benefit will go to the consumers.
Derek, to increase or not to increase?
Oh, not to
in terms of the transport fares.
You mean
it's not your turn.
No, I said Derek. I thought so.
No.
It's funny how the civil society is now blaming business owners and then not the government. We are all watching. And it's fine.
Oh, really?
Prices of transport is not only about fuel prices. This is a conversation we have all the time. When you engage transport owners, they talk to you about the price of their spare parts. They talk to you about the other components that make up the transport fares. And so just last weekend when we were going to Kumasi for our project, when I wanted to fill my tank, I paid close to 700 cedis. That was at 13.3. And just when I was coming, it's where I buy from is about 13.9.
You don't buy from Goyle.
You don't buy from Star Oil.
You don't do business with Ghanaians.
Oh, I do business. I do business with Ghanaians.
Okay.
That's why I bought Goyle at 13.3. But when I was coming, I had a different. The closest was I think in JP, and it was around 13.92 or so. And then I bought from
Goyle or Star Oil.
No problem. But I'm telling you that I bought from Goyle.
Don't go and buy tomatoes at ShopRite.
No, please.
But you see,
ShopRite sells tomatoes. Don't destroy anybody's business. We beg you. Go ahead.
I'm saying it comes back to the conversation of we being principled in this country. If today we think that transport fares is not because of the failure of government, but because private business people are trying to shortchange Ghanaians and extorting from Ghanaians, that should be the conversation going forward. In 2029, when the MPP assumes office and there is a war in Iran, there is a war in Russia, Ukraine, we shouldn't come and sit here and have the conversation about governance, that it's a bad economic decision that the government is making.
When they are looting the money.
How are they looting the money? What is your evidence today looting the money? Please. Your issue with Kenufreta, I don't know, maybe he didn't sign a contract for you. That's why maybe you have a personal...
Oh, he signed contract for people.
Oh, but he's the finance minister, and then the commitment authorization letters and all of that must come from his ministry. And so maybe your company wanted a commitment authorization from a certain ministry.
You do conjecture, maybe.
Let me do that. But I don't know why you hate Kenufreta so much.
He should come back and answer for his stewardship.
Bring him back.
I should go and bring him back.
Your government have been in government for over 15 months.
I should go and bring him back.
So
I will go to the work. I'll come
So
with
the
him.
distinction, I think the distinction would have to be made that under the previous administration, we had external factors.
COVID, Russia, Ukraine.
And this time, we're also having external factors. The difference is that
Israel, US, Iran.
in addition
Strait
to
of Hormuz.
reduction in cocoa price, it's also
Yes,
external factor.
that's right.
Gold price is also falling.
Now gold is going up.
It's coming up again, but
It's
it
coming
went
up
down.
again.
No, as of last week, from January to last week, it had
that
declined
dropped,
18%.
Yeah. It's going up again. When the fuel started looking at
it's picking up.
for this.
So we're still having external factors. The difference is that the previous economy did not go down. The downturn of the economy was not as a result of the external factors. Mismanagement,
looting,
wasteful expenditure, and corruption.
Stealing.
These three brought Ghana's economy on its knees. This time around,
You don't think that the freebies that we were enjoying under the government was...
You see, I've always said this. They gave you free SHS and they were making noise about it. They stole more than amount spent on free SHS.
Oh,
you see,
Ebo.
but look at national service. No, look at the national service. 2.4 billion.
It's before the court. Take your time.
Okay, so let me leave it.
Yes, it's an allegation.
So the point
It is
that-
alleged.
No, so the point is that, I mean, take away the external factor, which is impinging on the economy. Haven't we done well with the management of the forex, the foreign exchange? Let's face it. Haven't we done well? Is our currency not stronger than it used to be? Haven't we done well in respect of bringing inflation down? Haven't we done well? Haven't we done well in respect of interest rate, borrowing rate coming down from about 35 to 40% to about 22
Yeah,
to
people say it's
18?
paper economics.
It's not
On
paper economics. So if you go to the banks, now do you know the reference rate is now 10%? So the banks are
chasing people.
The banks are now compelled to reduce their borrowing rate further because of the fact that the reference rate has fallen. So I'm saying, take away the external factor. You see that this economy has been properly managed so far. So my question is, if tomorrow US decide oh, we are not going to.
There's a 10-day ceasefire.
Yeah, so we are not
seen crude prices dropping.
Yes. Yeah. So those who want to increase their prices, like VIP, are they saying that if tomorrow prices fall and we begin to have 9 cedis per liter again, are they saying they're going to reduce their fares?
But when the thing came to 9 cedis, they didn't reduce their fares.
That's the issue.
But there's good news. I want to give you the good news.
That is the issue.
Tomorrow, cabinet.
Yes,
tomorrow.
They are always in a hurry to increase, but when they are supposed to decrease, then they will have.
Trotro drivers do the same.
And Derek MPP Derek was talking about spare parts. If it's about spare parts normally the price will change because of the exchange rate volatility. But you see, you've had a very stable.
In fact, a Voxy driver said that. A Toyota Voxy driver said that they have decreased the prices for excavator parts. He doesn't use excavator parts for his Voxy.
Yeah, because I mean, comparatively, they see this performing better than it used to be. So in a nutshell, we've done well as a nation with the way this economy has been managed.
Okay,
to the good news. Yeah. Tomorrow, cabinet is meeting, and the president, through his sector ministers, will make a definitive pronouncement on what the government is doing to cushion Ghanaians. And I would have wished that my good friend Adakabre and other surrogates of the MPP would have tarried.
He's a general manager of a company.
But let it be said.
But he's also a proud member of MPP.
Let it be said to the president.
He's managing a business.
Let it be said to the president.
Yeah.
Mr. President, don't touch the 1 cedi.
Yes.
On every letter.
Yes.
The one that's being used.
But the drivers are asking for it too.
No, it's not the drivers. It's not the drivers. It's MPP.
The 1 cedi was introduced for a purpose.
Yes, and it's been used for that purpose.
And if you touch it, it's going to affect energy stability. So we have a choice, either for short term, maybe price.
There are new transformers that are going to be installed across.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying.
So let me just finish the good news. No, the government has brought in the first 100 of 400 buses, and more will be coming.
Now, 300 buses we are told.
Yes, but the point is that more
100 received now, and then in August and November another 100.
And there'll be more coming for STC and others. So let VIP price themselves out of the market, and treat Ghanaians to boycott people who allow them. Yes,
I will not endorse that. I will not endorse that. I will not endorse that. I will not endorse that.
Listen to the MPP, and you do the things that you want to do to favor them, to derail the system.
We have to go. Gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Ako of the Leadership Watch Ghana, thank you. Mr. Jekum of the MPP, thank you. Prince Derek AJ of the NDC, thank you. And Ebo Backman of the United Party, thank you. You brought private information into the public.
Yeah. You see, when
Nano done to you, don't know. It's not fair.
No. You see, but the way they are treating Ibrahim is not fair. The way the MPP people are chastising him, raising all manner of
they go there to go and eat. They go and collect money and eat.
Yes, they do all that.
Oh, bad.
And if some of them, in fact, let me be honest and say, some of them were not even happy with their, the ranking member or something. They were not happy with his posturing. They were not happy with his posturing.
Asefwa Eco Asefwa Foundation.
But
so tell your boss. I said your boss 2023. Your boss will have to answer a question. I have a question for him on excavator.
I saw him playing that his boss.
2023 excavator.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed.
Tell your boss that his former boss is high.
And this from the presidency, nomination of members for the Fiscal Council pursuant to Section 11D of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921 as amended by the Public Financial Management Act 2025 Act 1136. President John Dramani Mahama has nominated the following individuals for appointment as members of the Fiscal Council. The chairperson is Dr. Emmanuel Otinkuma, a representative from academia, that's Professor Patrick Opoku Esuming, a representative from a research think tank, that's Leslie Dwight Mensah, a former public policy expert from the ministry responsible for finance, J. Kweku Beduedu, and a former public policy expert from the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Henry Kofi Wampa. The Fiscal Council will work to strengthen financial oversight, fiscal prudence, and shape sound decision-making in public financial management. Signed by Felix Kwachu Fosu MP, spokesperson for the President, and Minister for Government Communications. After this, we have birthdays. Stay with us.
Accra, get ready! Decathlon Ghana, the exclusive partner of Optimum Nutrition in Ghana, is launching on 11th April at 4 p.m. Enjoy flat 20% off on all supplements and 20% off on fitness equipment and apparel, treadmills, dumbbells, exercise bikes, yoga mats, and more. Be there at Decathlon Accra Mall. Don't miss it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
If it's your birthday, happy birthday. Benny Sechan, is your birthday today. And may your day be blessed, truly, filled with joy, love, and beautiful moments. May God guide you, protect you, and grant you many more years of happiness and success. Enjoy your special day. Happy birthday to you. Also to Gloria Mankwapokwa. Gloria's birthday, dearest. Cheers to greatness, new beginning, and possibilities. Congratulations. This is from Justice. And if it's your birthday, happy birthday to you. Yesterday I lost, I got information. I lost a very good friend of mine, Norris Senanu, who used to work at Samsung. Is going to be with the Lord. May he rest in peace and may he rise in glory. Norris Mauli, my very good friend, Norris Mauli Nusenu. And a 1 week observation will happen over the weekend on the 12th of April at 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's the time at Ebony Close. That's a painful one. May he rest in peace. On behalf of the rest of the team, thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for contributing. And thank you to all our viewers on Facebook. You pushed us up there today. We'll see you tomorrow. My name is Johnnie Hughes. Have a good one.
Now your body and soon I wash share no sa.